We're gonna touch on your question too. I mean, it's the question you asked earlier. Just on virgin birth, we go to touch on that a couple times. Them brothers are stuck in the past, man. Shabbat Shalom, we on the club deck and we on the YouTube. We on post. Exactly, you can check the YouTube. Let me check the club deck every now and then. So if anybody come on, I want to come on stage. Can keep checking on the YouTube too as well. Make sure. Together. There's nobody. Also gonna touch on what I think happened. Yeah. What I think happened, this year, never heard about my shop outside. 17, 18 years situation like this. That situation. What I think happened. For this stemming from the text of the scriptures. So let's start reading Luke chapter 2, starting at verse 1. Luke chapter 2, verse 1. We're going to start at. You didn't want to come out, huh? Luke chapter 2, starting at verse 1. Again, Shabbat Shalom. Date is a pagan date, 7/9/2022. Pushing forward to
You said Luke chapter 2, verse 1?
Yes.
Yeah, I can bring it out. Let me see. Pull it up real quick. Luke chapter 2, verse 1, reading out of the KJV, says this, and it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world shall be taxed.
Right.
And this tax,
yep. We do one verse at a time, sometimes little precepts.
Got you.
So this verse is letting us know at this time, this is when the Roman Empire started to form itself. It's prior before it's been like separated. It was ruled by different generals, right?
Right.
They narrowed it down to one leader, and Augustus Caesar. They assassinated him. They assassinated him because he's bringing in an outside heir. Right? He goes and he gets to Cleopatra and has a child with her, and he's not fully Roman. So he's trying to bring in some outside blood. So they didn't have that. So they ended up assassinating him. Right? And at that point, there's been a whole bunch of different generals trying to fall for the rulership of the Roman Empire at this time. But it's been narrowed down to Augustus Caesar, whose name originally was Octavian. They gave him that name later on, right? He was adopted by Julius Caesar, and he ended up winning the battle with the general. He became the sole emperor of the Roman Empire. During his years was the finest time of the Roman Empire. Of the Caesar. So he was Octavian. They changed his name. He was asking them, let's call you the King of Rome. He didn't say he ain't like that. Different name on the name. He didn't like that. So finally narrowed it down. Let's call you Augustus Caesar, right? So he liked that name, and that's why he took that name, Augustus Caesar. So in his reign, he had about 4 different censuses. I forget what census this was, but this is Roman here. You know, Roman, he had one where it was to go to Rome to name him the father of the Roman land, father of the king of the world. Right. This is pointed out to one of the census that he put out. Right. So this is something that he put out for him to go to Rome. But this is Roman. This is Roman here. So go ahead and then count the people, so we can go ahead and tax the land, tax them accurately. You need to account of the people in your empire. You accurately tax them. Okay. So this is Roman at this time. Okay. So that's verse 1. Go ahead.
And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria.
Right. So at this time, we also had some kind of revolt going on. I want to read it right quick. Or where we are, let's get a precept in Acts chapter 5, Acts the 5th chapter. And I want to get verse 37, Acts chapter 5 verse 37. So around this time, when we census here, there's also different revolts going on that Luke talks about in Acts chapter 5 verse 37. Acts chapter 5 verse 37. Yeah, let everybody get there. All right, go ahead.
Acts chapter 5, verse 37. After this man rose up Judas of Galilee,
Galilee.
Galilee in the days of the taxing and drew away much people after him. He also perished in all, even as many as obeyed him were dispersed.
Yes, so at this time you have people, Israel always had people rising up rebelling against the Romans, right? And the point to say to you is that because at this time Israel was always looking for the redeemer, someone to come take them out of the situation they be like now, right? Like now, you people rose up, MLK, right? Different leaders and stuff had rose up and they followed him, the Black Panther Party and so on and so forth. You know? So we always, like we are now, we're looking for someone to come us up out of the situation. That's how it was back then. Certain men rise up and say they so and so, God and Christ right now and all kind of crap. Trying to pull people to follow them and then end up getting crushed. They're not the person. Even back in that time, this man named Judas, and he come out of where Christ grew up at in Galilee. If you're where many men with him, and he ended up getting truck and dispersed as well. Okay, I'm taxing as well. So you have all this going on. You know what I'm saying? So they're looking for the Messiah. All right, let's go back to the book of Luke, and let's continue from there. Luke chapter 2, verse 3.
Luke chapter 2.
You can, if you want, you want to continue to read that, Norbert, or no?
Yes, no problem. I got you. Luke chapter 2, verse 3, KJV, and it says, and all went to be taxed, everyone into his own city.
So everyone has to go into their own city. Everybody had to go. That's the man and the woman had to go, and they had to go to their own city. Right? The city that represents from their ancestral house. Whatever house from type of you from, you got to go to your ancestral father's house. In place of Joseph and Mary, it would be David. And David, that would be Bethlehem. Right? So they got to go to Bethlehem to be registered. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 4, and Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house of the lineage, he was of the house and lineage of David.
Right. This also showing you too as well. Mary is also from the house of David, because Mary is going up to him as well. She's going up. Everyone has to go to their own essential city to go to the register. Mary's going up with him. Okay. showing you that she's also from the house of David. This can
Right.
prove it. You can also prove it from Matthew 2 as well. Okay. Go ahead.
To be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child.
So now they're up in Galilee. They're up in Galilee, right? They're up in Nazareth in Galilee. Mary is great with child. She's 9 months pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Again, this one shows you, this is proving that she's from the house of David, because why at this time, 9 months pregnant, would you have your wife travel with you 9 months pregnant if he doesn't have to?
Right.
She had to go according to the decree given by Augustus Caesar. Because usually 9 months pregnant, she having all these pains where the baby is coming. She don't want to be you don't travel around that. You don't have to travel around that time. She's stationary. You know what I'm saying? She had to go register and to go with him. Again, proving she's from that same line as well. She had to go. All right. And what's interesting about Caesar Augustus' decree, can we hold that? Can we get Micah chapter 5, verse 2? We can come right back to it. Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Somebody what? You heard the phone ringing? Oh. Let's get 1 and 2. Micah chapter 5, we're going to get verse 1 and verse 2. Yeah. 5, verse 1 and 2.
Right. Chapter 5, verse 1 and 2. Now gather thyself in troops, O daughter of truth.
So gather yourself in troops, O daughter. This is the Roman. Right? In troops. And then a daughter of a troop is a part of the army that's been separated from the body of the army, right? The daughter of troops. Right? So from the troop, big army, right? The legion, from the legion, then there is a section of the legion that has been gathered off a daughter of. Go ahead.
He has laid siege against us.
He has laid, this is touching up the Romans. Go ahead.
They shall smite the judge of Israel with a rod upon the cheek.
Right. So you had a certain portion of the legion stationed in Jerusalem. Right. These were the men later on. We talked about that. Smite Christ when they whipped him and all that. They sent him over to the centurion. These armies and these Roman soldiers mocked them and all that. And put a rope up on the crowns on them. These daughter two was stationed in Jerusalem. That's why you even have Kennedy. He was supposed to be this man on station Roman station in Jerusalem. You always had that Roman presence in Jerusalem. And Micah prophesying this is what's going to happen. This is 700 years prior. Micah is prophesying what's going to happen. It all takes place and actually happens just as he prophesied. Right? What happened? Go ahead.
But thou, Bethlehem, Euphrates, Ephratah, who thou be little amongst the thousands of Judah. Yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me, that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting.
Right. So now Micah prophesied that the Messiah is going to be born in Bethlehem. Right? But you have Mary and Joseph, where are they at? They're living in Galilee, in Nazareth. She's 9 months pregnant. how you gonna get Mary to get to Bethlehem to fulfill this prophecy? The Most High stirred up Augustus Caesar in his brain to send out a decree that they all got to go get taxed, specifically where? In your ancestral city. Fulfilling Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Caesar Augustus' decree had to come from the Most High mind, who is to fulfill Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Because Mary, they're in Nazareth, she's 9 months pregnant, they're not traveling. They're not going nowhere. They need a royal decree to push her down to Bethlehem to fulfill Micah chapter 5, verse 2. And this is what his decree does. It's in direct fulfillment of Micah chapter 5, verse 2, showing you that it is the Most High that's orchestrating things. Even when these Gentile nations are in power, he's pulling the strings to fulfill prophecy spoken by his prophets. So we see who is in control here. Most High. These Gentiles think they're in control. They're not. Highest is one thing. This prophecy always. Even though they're in power, what God says still gonna happen. You think if they're in power, what God said ain't gonna happen. Wrong. What God says still happen, doesn't matter who's in power. All right, let's go back to Luke.
All right, Luke verse 6, when everybody's ready.
Let's do Luke chapter 2.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, Luke chapter 2, verse 6, right?
Let's do verse 5 again.
Verse 5, gotcha. All right, Luke chapter 2, verse 5. To be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child.
Right. This verse right here is an irrefutable verse when you come to the virgin birth. It cannot refute this verse right here. This verse tells you there's a virgin birth. She's 9 months pregnant, and Luke is still calling her engaged. He's saying Joseph hasn't consummated yet. Otherwise, if he did it, he can never use the word engage his spouse. But once she consummates, the espousal label drops.
Right.
But you can be engaged and be called husband and wife. That's in Deuteronomy 23. In Deuteronomy 22, verse 22 down, 24. Tells you that. But this verse right is a irrefutable verse. All these guys teaching Christ come through sex, keep reading over this verse right here, don't even see it. This is a virgin birth verse. Where the training, the apostles is not teaching it. Where the historical records show you that it's teaching a virgin birth. All 4 gospel authors record a virgin birth. All 4 of them do. How crazy is that? If all 4 of them record a virgin birth, how come there isn't a virgin birth? But then we're not going to see it. But we're not doing a virgin birth today. Again, if you want more on this particular verse right here, you can go to my channel. And I did a class on it called Virgin Birth 2.0. And I go into detail on this verse. And I've yet to have anyone to refute the information of that. And that's just 2.0. I'm looking to come up with 3.0 in a minute. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got a quick question, right? Because I mean, I'm kind of new to this train of thought. I mean, to me, it's just obvious it was a virgin birth. I mean, it says it plain as day. But I mean, what arguments do they have that it's not? Like that make no sense to me.
They have Romans 1 and 3.
Romans 1 and 3.
Yeah, can we get it? Let's get it real quick. They only have a couple of, they got a few verses. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, because it says that he knew her not. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Right.
I don't know how you can really.
Well, they lie and say, they twist that verse and say that verse doesn't mean that. They're trying to say, oh, yeah, he slept with her, but I mean, he didn't sleep with her after he slept with her and got her pregnant. That's how they twist that verse up to say.
All right. You said Romans 3 and 1?
Chapter 1,
Oh, Romans chapter 1, verse 3, right?
Huh.
Let me see. It says, Romans chapter 1, verse 3, concerning his son, Jesus Christ our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, so
I
they
see it.
you see that right there. They see that
Yeah, I
right
see it.
there. I see that going to the flesh, brother. That's sex.
Right.
That's where they go. So and then I retort and I say, okay, so are you saying seed here is sperm?
Mhm.
When they say yes, they don't kill themselves. So
Right.
if seed is sperm, so that means in the first century, David was alive of the sperm of David, right?
Hmm.
But David was alive in the first century.
Nah.
So that
Nah.
doesn't work. So that doesn't work. So they said, no, 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 no. Descendants. This is descendant of David according to the flesh. Okay.
Right.
Which descendant of David becomes the question now?
Right.
Obviously, they're going to say Joseph. They're going to say it's Joseph, brother. Joseph. Who else can it be? And when they say Joseph, they dead in the water again.
Yeah, they cut themselves. Ain't his line cursed? He can't be king, right?
Yeah, he comes out the wrong line.
Right.
Nathan. If
Right.
they come through sex, he consider the throne. Like I killed the argument right there again. It doesn't matter where they go, they kill themselves. So Romans dies right there. Once you go to Luke chapter 3 and show Mary's husband's lineage right there, they dead right there in the water. Can't go no further than that. The argument dies right
And then also for the seed too. I mean, if you think about Genesis, it's God's talking to Eve, and he says that your seed. He's talking to the woman,
there. I
and he
mean,
says your seed.
their retort is that the woman don't carry seed. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
That's
if God if God says it's gonna be her seed, then I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they just arguing with the Bible at that point.
at that point in time. That's all they
Right.
do. Arguing. So you just need some verses that they can't refute, period. And that's why I go
Right.
to chapter 2, verse 5. They cannot get around Luke chapter 2, verse 5. No way around that verse. None. She's 9 months pregnant and they're still engaged. Explain that according to Torah, Hebrew culture. It's impossible. Can't
I
be.
mean, that's just disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna say that they? You can't even say that. That's just disrespectful to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
But yeah, man. Yeah, these brothers, they just not studying, man. That's just what it is. They've been taught a certain doctrine. They they just stuck in that. They stuck in that,
that mindset, yeah, kind.
stuck in that box. You know what I'm saying? I was taught that too. But I'm studying, I'm seeing verses like, no, 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 that can't be correct. This verse is saying something different. This verse is something different. This verse is saying something different. So I think we'll reevaluate what I was taught. I'm like, man, this is wrong.
Right.
But they
Kind.
don't do that. Most of these
Kind.
guys don't do that.
And the crazy thing is, I mean, I think like you know how Christ said, if you want to enter into the kingdom, you got to be like a kid. You got to be like a child. I think that's what he meant. You know what I'm saying? Because most people like their pride doesn't allow them to be corrected. You know what I'm saying? Like once they got something and they stand on it, like they pretty much they can't go back on it. You know what I'm saying? But
Right,
as a kid, like he has no pride. You know what I'm saying? If he's wrong, he's gonna be like, you know what? No, I'm wrong. It don't make no sense. And he's gonna correct it.
right. That's what his problem, man. They do not want to admit that they're wrong about something.
Right.
And that's ultimately their downfall.
Right. Yeah.
Because we're all coming back to what was taken away from us. So you have to wipe your slate clean.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Wipe your slate
Yeah.
clean, and then build yourself back up from what the word of God said.
And then what I noticed too is that that's the problem with most Christians is that they don't want to admit that they've been lied to their whole lives. You know what I'm saying? When it's plain as day, like you know what I'm saying, like Matthew chapter 5, when Christ says that the law is not going to go nowhere till heaven and earth pass. You know what I'm saying it's like how can you argue with that? But it's because since they've been teaching it for so long, since they've held that view for so long, it's like they feel like they can't go back, even though it makes no logical sense.
Right. I've heard this so-called Christian said just a couple days ago. I told him to prove it. He couldn't prove it. He said
Right?
He said that heaven and earth in that verse is the temple.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Right.
he said the Hebrew Israelites, heaven and earth, was the temple.
Yeah.
And something that destroyed in 70 AD, which ended the law. The temple passed and left the heaven and earth. I said, prove it.
Now, but the crazy thing about it is that they claim that Christ was getting rid of the law. Well, he was here. They claim that Matthew verse where he says nothing that goes in you is unclean. That would be getting rid of the law. The temple was still standing. So I mean, their arguments makes no sense. I mean, it's crazy.
If Christ was talking about that, and he's violating the Torah while underneath,
Exactly. And then
so,
on top of that, they use Paul, right? They say Paul, but I mean, when Paul was writing, the temple was still standing. So how could Paul be teaching against the law if the temple was still standing? I mean, in their views, if that's still heaven and earth, he would be going directly against Christ.
right.
It don't make no sense.
That Christ Church couldn't have survived that long. And he survived 40 years after he died. He went back. He survived 70 years. Right? So they wouldn't have survived that long. And how do we know that? Because when Paul was coming to Jerusalem, James told him, he says, man, we have many Jews who believe, who are all zealous of the law, and they are informed of you that you going around teaching against Moses. He said, then what is it? He said,
Right.
he said, listen, they were going to kill him
Right.
the law. If James, Peter, and John were teaching against the law, they'd have been dead a long time ago. They'd been killed there a long time ago, all of them out.
Right.
They was getting ready to murder Paul over that. Oh, listen, over a rumor. It was a rumor they were going to kill him over now.
I mean, yeah, so I mean, like when you talk to, 'cause I mean, I know you do debates a lot, I mean, all right. So whenever you talk to Christians, right, and you bring up that verse where pretty much they trying to kill him because they think he's teaching against the law, and then they pretty much tell him to do this to prove that he's keeping the law, and he does it. I mean, like, how do they even get around that?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
They said there's no problem with keeping a custom.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. No, but then they turn around and say that if you keep the Sabbath, if you don't eat pork, that you in sin because you putting on bondage. Ain't that what they say? That you putting on bondage?
Yes, some of them say that. Other ones say there's no problem with doing that. They say if you were Israelite,
Oh,
well, that's your custom. But they said that the problem comes in when you try to force it on other people.
I got you. Okay, I got you.
Trying to be slick. You know, that's a slick way
Right.
out of it. But it's still
But
good.
that,
Still
yeah,
good.
that's still they don't add up because Christ Himself said that if you teach law, you're gonna be great. Like, nah, it don't make no sense to me. It don't make no sense.
And that doesn't work. That doesn't work. But because that still cuts them because what you're saying is they were still keeping Torah after Christ left.
Exactly.
How do you do away with it then? Cut yourself anyway you can.
And they were still teaching it because they was zealous, which means they was obviously teaching it.
Right.
They were zealous for the law.
Yes, sir.
Did you see that $3 there?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, we finished the time. Same time in the law, we keep the law, in the law. We are under the law, so we shouldn't be doing time. So,
Right.
huh? He got caught. Well, I thought he caught himself. But in that video, he admitted that there's a lot of empty chairs in his church. Video room area, he said? There's empty chairs in his church. They said they left, they're leaving left and right. People are leaving the Christian church left and right.
Right.
The place is getting empty. I'll be waking up. All praise to the Most High, by so much like the other side for that. I'm up out of that.
Nothing but the Most High. He's telling his people, come out of her. I do that with man. What's going on?
All praise. Let's get back to Luke. Finish up Luke chapter 2, now in verse 6, I think.
All right. All right. Luke chapter 2, verse 6. Reading out of the KJV. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered.
Go ahead.
And she brought forth her firstborn son and wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in a manger because there was no room for them in the inn.
Yeah, so she brought forth her firstborn son. That's important because the firstborn son is the one that gets the inheritance, right? That's important that text is saying that because if there's a virgin birth and there is no biological father, then he would have to get what his mother has. But he has to be the firstborn of his mother to get the inheritance. The text specifically states she brought first her firstborn son, right? It's not because Mary's father didn't have no sons. And she is the firstborn. Whatever her father had will fall to her. Whatever she has will fall to her firstborn son. And she's the king line. Her son, king. And her son, the king, had no children. He is the last king in the kingly line of David. No king after him. No children after him.
Mm.
But in Christ, but he had no children.
Okay. And then for another witness too, to that point where is the inheritance getting passed through the daughters. I'm not sure of the actual scripture, but if you go into the Old Testament, when it was taking over the land, right? When it was taking over the land, you'll notice that I think one of the or it may have been after he was taking over the land, but one of the tribes, like one of the clans, didn't have any sons, and pretty much the daughter was like, well, can we get inheritance on behalf of our father, so that way that his name doesn't get wiped out? And then the inheritance went to the daughters. You know what I'm saying? Because he had no sons.
Come, yeah.
Right.
I put that in my virgin birth 1.0. I covered that. That's all in there, brother. That's all in there. You know what I'm saying? They always going to argue the woman don't carry the seed, and that those verses cut them completely. So she brought her the firstborn son, and she wrapped him in swaddling clothes. Swaddling clothes are priestly garments. You don't believe you can fact check me, do it. Swaddling clothes are priestly garments. Where do you think she got that the priestly garments from? Mary. She got it from her relative Elizabeth. So they go visit Elizabeth. Elizabeth prophesied that she was pregnant with the Messiah. She was there for 3 months. And when she left, Elizabeth was like, look, take these priestly garments with you. When he comes, wrap him in these priestly garments, these swaddling clothes. The swaddling clothes are. So as the Messiah came out, he was wrapped up in priestly garments, preparing him for his order of Melchizedek as he came out, showing he will be a priest. Even making it so, what's this I'm told?
How did she know that I remember she reading here, she was like, he's the Messiah in your stomach. How did she know that?
How she know what it is?
Because she gave her the garments rapidly when she was born. How did she know she was pregnant? Like
The Holy Spirit told her. The Holy Spirit told Elizabeth that she was pregnant. And even in her belly, after Mary gave her salutation, John the Baptist leaped in Elizabeth womb. Confirmed. Christ is here. That's why he leaped in the womb. She knew.
6 months
Huh?
apart.
Definitely happened. So she wrapped him up in priestly garments. Says, and laid him in the manger. People think they laid him in some kind of barn. Wasn't no barn. They laid him in no barn. There's no barn. Laid him in a tent. Laid him in a sukkah, a tent, tabernacle. Laid him in a tabernacle. No fool. They making stuff up. Y'all making stuff up. Making nothing up. So in this word manger is the Greek word phatne, Phatney. Phatne. Phatne is a cattle crib, or they call it a manger, right? The cattle crib. Now we're gonna go get some history, so we break history Let's go to the book of Genesis. Genesis 33, verse 17. Genesis 33, verse 17.
I could bring it out if everybody's there.
Yeah, one second, everybody's getting it right now. 33, verse 17. Con. Did everybody get there? All right, go ahead, brother.
All right, Genesis 33, verse 17. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built him an house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore, the name of the place is called Succoth.
Sukkot means boots. So he traveled to a place called Boots or Tabernacle. And then he said he made boots for his cattle. Yeah, boots. Booths. That's the one you put on. With a tent. So he made tents for his cattle. Right? So the cattle was in. We know Jacob didn't build a manger where cattle was in. Yeah. He was traveling, so he got to travel in tents. So he made a tent for his cattle. This was what Hamashiach was placed in a tent, right? That's what Joseph made for Mary because she was pregnant, because there was no room for them in the inn. Why? Because it's the Feast of Tabernacles. Everybody's up there. All the rooms are going to be gone. So he had to make a tent outside. Yeah, tent outside at Sukkah, where the animals were. And that's where Hamashiach was born. Now notice, there was no midwife there to help Mary have this baby. That baby on her own. It doesn't mention anything about a midwife. Usually when a woman is born and pregnant, there's a midwife that helps her with the baby, right? It doesn't mention any midwife. She had this baby by herself. Her and Joseph, this baby by himself. Okay? Let's go back to Luke. So we know that this is he was born in a tent. That ain't no animal stall. The nonsense out of here. He was born in a tent because there was the room for them in the inn. And let me get one more precept before we go back to Luke. Let me get St. John's chapter 1, verse 14. St. John's chapter 1, verse 14. St. John's chapter 1, verse 14. St. John chapter 1, verse 14.
All right, I mean, I can read it. Nobody, everybody there?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, First John, St. John chapter 1, verse 14. And the world was made, and the word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth.
Right, it says that the word became flesh and dwelt. This Greek word is tabernacle. Look it up, fact check. It said the word became flesh and he tabernacled with us because he was born on tabernacle. He was born in a tent, in a tabernacle, on tabernacle. 7th month and 15th day of the month is the feast of tabernacle. It's be September, our pagan September day, September 1. The Christ was born on tabernacle, in a tabernacle. Make complete sense. All lines all the way up. Right? Let's go back to Luke. That proves wasn't born on December 25th. You got more proof, but that tabernacle, that birthday in St. John's, kill that nonsense. First, tell us in Greek. Tabernacle with us. If you already thought when you hear tabernacle, you're thinking of the feast of tabernacle. I just go back to Luke chapter 2, and now I think we're in verse 8.
All right. Luke chapter 2, verse 8 out of the KJV, and it goes, and there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night.
Yeah. That verse there again. Shepherds will not be in the field in December. Way too cold. Say something, bro?
No, I told you that scripture.
Oh, definitely.
That's one of them, right?
That's one of them right there. What's interesting about this verse is that priests in the temple, they have to sacrifice an unblemished lamb every morning and every evening. So it's surmising that these shepherds were shepherds of the temple. These were temple shepherds who were flocks. Their flock is the one that actually go to the temple to sacrifice in the morning and evening. Temple service, right? So Luke can help because you have temple shepherds of the sheep who were the first one to go see who? The Lamb of God. Man looking over lamb, trying to go see the real lamb. Shepherds. So he came, so he brings up these shepherds, these men. Yeah, you looking over some animals, you need to see the real lamb. You get to see the real lamb. What y'all doing is good, but they ain't go to the real lamb. The real lamb is here. Real lamb. All right, go ahead.
All right, chapter 9. And I'm not chapter 9, verse 9. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone around about them, and they were sore afraid.
But the angel came to them in his glory,
Right.
that bright light. They was afraid. You gotta ask yourself, why would the angel come to these men? Something about these men, why the angel will come to these men instead of about how much God. These men, because everything has to link somewhere back to the temple. Right? Talking about sheep, talking about sacrifice, talking about like all the way back to temple service. You don't understand temple service and reading these verses, you don't see it. These are temple shepherds. That's why it came to them. So they all out here at the temple. Tabernacle. The temple is the tabernacle. Again, everything is flowing in the same direction. But it came to these men and they was afraid. Go ahead.
All right, verse 10. And the angel said unto them, fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people.
That's going to be to all people. Not just Israel, all people. That's all I mean. All. I mean, you have certain manuscripts in the say they have the word the, and they have all the people. Speaking of the nation of Israel, you have certain manuscripts that have the word the in there. You go either way. It doesn't matter. All the people, all the Israel, all the nation. It doesn't matter. You go with all the people. Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Verse 11, for unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ and Lord, Christ the Lord.
Right. So this day, 7th month, 15th day, tabernacle. This day is born unto you in the city of David a Savior who is Mashiach of Yahweh, meaning the anointed of the Most High God. He's born today, this day. I'm giving you some Hebrew so you can kind of hear what the angel was speaking English. He wasn't saying what he was just reading. He was saying in Hebrew. All right. Go ahead.
All right. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger.
lying in a tent when he was in, accurately. This is going to be the sign. This is going to be the sign unto you. When you see this, you know that this is him. All right, go ahead.
And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on the earth peace, goodwill toward men.
So all of a sudden, all these angels just popped out of nowhere. You know what that's showing you? They're always here.
Con.
You know how far heaven is? You gotta come fly down here. Oh, we're already there already.
Hey, I mean, Daniel did say he saw Gabriel flying swiftly.
Yeah. So he said all of a sudden there appear angels. I mean, they were already there.
Right.
You know why they gotta always be there? They gotta protect that child.
Con.
And they also protect the nation of Israel and certain individuals too. We went about the guardian angels that you have. Angels are, there are at least three of them all with it. Yes, sir. Yeah. They're always there. And so many of them is crazy. All these worlds appeared out of nowhere, so we praise the Most High. Goodwill towards men, because prior to this, as men, we was done. Done. Now it's goodwill towards men since the Messiah. That's the Savior. Goodwill is the good news. He is Savior. He was going nowhere fast. Nowhere fast. Brother. All right, go ahead.
Verse 15. And it came to pass, as the angels were gone away from them into heaven, the shepherds said one to another, Let us now go even unto Bethlehem, and see this thing which is come to pass, which the Lord hath made known unto us.
Go ahead.
And they came with haste and found Mary and Joseph and the babe lying in a manger.
So they came real quick. You see, they wasn't taking their time. They wanted to see this quick. They hurried up. Came with haste. Go ahead.
And when they had seen it, they made known abroad the saying which was told them concerning this child.
So when they seen it, they went and they published it all over the place. Started telling everybody that they came across, what they had seen. So now everybody's getting listen. Messiah is here. The Lord of God is here. Listen, because that's why I brought up earlier with Judas rebelling. They were all waiting for the Messiah to come. The redemption of Israel. So these sheep are telling them, hey, angel told us. We seen him, as he said in the manger. He's been born. The Savior is here. What y'all been waiting for so long happened. He's born now. You waiting for that right now. Well, they did. He just been born now. They publishing across what they saw concerning the child and was told to them. All right, go ahead.
Verse 18, and all they that heard it wondered at those things which were told them by the shepherds.
They was like, what? For real? Because listen, they probably thinking something different. Like, wait a minute, he's supposed to be some kind of immaculate birth or something. I don't know, 10th over, you know what I'm saying? They're like, is that correct? Is that what the scripture says? Is the Bible say that? They like, what? All right, we thinking something more elaborate was gonna go down. You know what I'm saying? So they thinking like, oh, man, okay. Wondering about those things that was told them. Go ahead.
But Mary kept all these things and pondered them in her heart.
And Mary kept these things in her heart. That shows you that what Luke is recording here from Mary and Joseph traveling down,
Con,
that all comes from Mary.
con.
Mary was giving the account. Because the apostles are not there. They're not even there, none of them around. The only one present there is Mary and Joseph. But by the time the apostles come around and whatnot, Joseph is gone. And Mary's still around. So what Luke does, Luke synchronized that time with the Augustus decree. That's why it started chapter out like that. Giving you some historical people that lived and giving you a timeline so you can see that the Messiah was born in 2 BC. That's why he people that lived. Who they all been verified to have lived. And the timeline is all correct. It's around 2 BC. So the Bible ain't just saying some wild stories. We can actually go and verify historical people, with history. This is reality. This is not make-believe. Make-believe is a whole bunch of mythical person who never existed. Everybody they talk about in here, they can verify that they actually lived for real at that time. All right? Yes, sir. Yeah. This Bible come to life, man. This is reality we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with no fables here.
Moses is buried somewhere in Baltimore.
Mount Nebo. God. You ain't, trust me, you ain't gonna find that place. The Lord buried him. You just ain't gonna find that place at all.
Who's buried in Mount Nebo?
Moses.
Oh, Moses. Yeah, didn't Michael the archangel come and take his body?
No.
Doesn't it say that in the book of Jude? It says when Michael the archangel and Satan, he was contending for the body of Moses with Satan, like he held his peace and said, God rebuked thee, Satan. Didn't he take his body somewhere?
No,
After he was buried, maybe?
His soul.
His soul. Oh, could be. Yeah, it could be.
About his soul. Because Satan wanted to come, Satan wanted to accuse him so he doesn't make it into heaven.
Got you.
Shut up.
He said, the Lord said, shut down. Quiet. Stop talking. Shut down quick. He shut down quick too. Shut down quick too. Yeah.
Crickets and silence.
Yeah, I just want to say, yeah, people get this stuff twisted. Michael ain't no joke.
Yeah, facts.
You put hands and feet on Satan. Real quick. I want to say this too as well. Like people, like Christians, when we talk, you have a misunderstanding of when it talks about Satan drew the third of the angels. They think it's third of all the angels in heaven, which is nowhere near it. He drew a third of the angels that's in his rank and order, which are cherubims. He didn't do no third of archangels, no third of seraphim. He didn't touch that rank and order angel. He didn't do none of them. Just in his particular order of angels, cherubims, who he drew a third of. That was it. That's one of the three. Anywhere you take it, he's still losing. The Bible says there's millions of angels. You can't even number them. How can Satan draw a third of that? If he drew a third of all the angels in heaven, you know what's angels in there? Enough, you know what I'm saying? He didn't drew a third of that. No way. Listen, he wasn't that beautiful. He was beautiful. Not that beautiful. Not that beautiful. I'm sure it wasn't more beautiful than Michael. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask a question about, because you say, you know, how Michael ain't no joke, right? Now the thing is this, right? I mean, we know that they have warfare in heaven. I mean, it talks about, if you read the book of Daniel, it talks about how I think Gabriel was literally fighting with the Prince of Persia for like 100 and something days, and then Michael had to come and save him, right? Had to come and pretty much deliver him. But my question is, do you think they actually fighting with actual, like, how do you think they fight? Do you think they fighting with swords up there with spiritual? I mean, what do you think they doing? They just talking, you know, bringing out scripture? I mean, what do you think how do you think they combat, they fight? Is there any verses for that in the Bible, you know?
Physical fight. Well, the first thing I want to say when it comes to Gabriel, because it was Gabriel, it was 21, yeah. 21 days, right?
Okay.
When you look in the Dead Sea Scroll, it tells you he was fighting with not one of them. It was more than one angel that was fighting against Gabriel.
Right, makes sense.
That's why he needed help from Michael. it was one angel, Gabriel could have handled one of them, one of the fallen angels himself.
Mhm.
He fight multiple of them.
Right. So I'm saying like well you think they grabbed him up and you know I'm think they was jumping like how do you think it went down? You know what I'm saying? How do
I
you think
think they was fighting with him. I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? In other words, he couldn't get past them. So every time he tried to go this way, they would stop him. You know, so he did fighting with him for 21 days. He couldn't get past them. There was too many of them for him to get past by himself.
and then Michael came and slaughtered him?
Right, because Michael is over Israel. He's trying to make sure Israel is straight. But then when Michael got the order on the wrong side,
And I think ain't Gabriel ain't he just a messenger angel, right? That's his role. He's a messenger. He's not like a fighter now, right?
yeah, he's a messenger. But I mean, at the same time, I mean,
I'm sure he still
I'm
gets
sure,
busy,
I'm
you know?
sure he did not jump the messenger. If he put hands on someone,
Right.
he can't fight too many of them. But I'm sure when Michael pulled up, them dudes pulled off. You know?
Yeah, they probably ran right.
When he pulled up, they pulled off.
Come down here, messing with these people.
Yeah, there is. Let me get the. There is. Yeah, the war in heaven in Revelation chapter 12. That's physical fight, physical, because these are angels, spiritual beings fighting spiritual beings.
Right.
So that's
Yeah, because I mean they got I mean there's demons in physical chains somewhere on earth. You know what I'm saying? I think it wasn't like in the river Euphrates, like there's actual demons in, you know what I'm saying? I mean it could be spiritual chains, but I mean I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, there is there's no physically fighting.
Mhm.
Con, yeah, physical fight. It's like men do physical warfare.
Right.
Do physical warfare. It's just that angels, what the most high angels will do, they would bound you. Okay? They would bound you. They didn't necessarily go and try to like kill you, like or murder you like that. They'll
Right.
bound you up, and then they have the most high judge you.
Because I mean they can't die, can they? I don't think they could die.
They can die, yeah. The lake of fire called a second death.
Right, with the lake of fire, right? But I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess.
It's called a second death. If
Right.
someone crashes into the second death, then you gonna die.
So do you believe that once you get tossed into the lake of fire, like you it's over, like you just get like you know some people believe that like hell you just get tossed to a lake of fire and you pretty much just got thrown into like the incinerator pretty much and it's over. After that you just ashes and then it's whatever. Or you think that once you get tossed in there, it's like you're gonna be in there, you're gonna be dying forever pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Like you just gonna be burning forever. So it's like you as good as dead anyways.
Once you go in there, that fire is gonna consume your spirit, soul. So
Or so
you ain't gonna be there. You're gonna be gone.
right. Okay.
When we no more you, I'll be. Most I got planned.
Nah, but then again, because I mean, if you think about it, right? If you think about it, it does say that I think, I don't know. I ain't even gonna say it because I'm not sure. I don't want to say something I ain't sure about. I'm at to study that one. I'm say that one because I mean, I was thinking like certain people probably gonna get punished worse than others. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, Hitler versus like some old lady that I don't know. She was just like a liar, I guess. You know what I'm saying? She just always lied to people. Versus like somebody like Hitler that murdered multiple. Because like you know how God people say all sin is sin, which is I mean yeah, it's still sin, but there is degrees. I mean people I don't know if people see that, but there's degrees. Like if you read the Book of Kings, it talks about how this king was the worst of them all. This king was worse, but not as bad as the other ones. You know what I'm saying? So it's like as a judge, I would think that God probably gonna be like, all right, you was the worst one, I'm gonna give you the worst punishment. So maybe like, okay, maybe I'm gonna throw you in hell, you're gonna burn for like 1,000 years, then you're gonna be evaporated. Other people, I'm just throwing them in, they just gonna evaporate. You think it's like that, or you think it's everybody just gonna evaporate as soon as they get tossed in?
When the people are getting tossed in this lake in Texas, you take on the mark of the beast. Take on the mark of the beast, the number of his name. These are the ones that's going to get thrown in this lake fire. It ain't just something that beast in our future. This mark of the beast in his name is something that's been around.
Mhm.
So if you take on his name, have his mark in your forehead or it's on your right hand, you capture that lake of fire. And that's basically talking about people who are going against Torah. When you go against Torah, get that mark in the right hand, the forehead. The forehead, that's talking about the knowledge, the information of the brain, so what you're applying. That march, just like if you're keeping Shabbat, and that march.
Right. So just to be clear, so you think that you don't believe in internal damnation or internal torment?
No.
Okay.
I mean that doesn't make any sense.
Making sense. Oh, yeah. I mean to be honest, I mean the way I look at it, the way I see it is like you said, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it will be kind of, I mean, I'm gonna just be honest. I mean, I can't lie to myself, so what's the point of me lying to y'all? I'm gonna just be honest. I mean, it does seem a little bit, I don't want to say overkill, but it do seem like, geez, a little harsh to, I mean, some people deserve it, I ain't even gonna lie, but I mean, some people that, that just barely didn't make it, they're gonna be tortured forever. But hey, I mean, if that is what it is, I mean, I can't say nothing about it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm about to look into that. I'm about to study that one.
That's not even logical for something like that to even be.
Right, but
There's nothing that a man done that God can reverse. The worst you can do is murder somebody. God can reverse that.
right.
You reverse that. So because you murder someone, God can reverse that, and He's gonna put you in the fire forever and ever with something that He reversed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you have what's called resurrection. God can say, okay, you killed him, but I can resurrect him. And like you did something God can reverse. Now, if that was true, now you belong to live forever and ever because you don't did something that's been reversible. I can reverse that.
Right.
I punish you forever because your crime master punishment. Right?
Forever. Man, could you imagine burning forever though? That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, I'm about to study deeper into that because I mean I think there's also some verses that do support it. Because I mean I did watch a couple of debates, like maybe 2 or 1 on the topic, and I mean there's good arguments on both sides. I'm gonna be honest, there's good arguments on both sides. I gotta study that one because there were some verses that did make it seem like I think where it says like the worm dies not. You know what I'm saying? Like that one. You know what I'm saying the worm dies not, or they're cast into an internal. I think that's the book of Jude. You know what I'm saying? But then there's other verses that pretty much say that, like you said, and I'm saying pretty much once you get dropped in, it's over. So I mean, I don't know. I'm about to study that one. I'm about to study that one.
Let's get back to where we at? Luke.
Right.
Was you going to read something about the war in heaven? Or we don't need, okay, we can go back.
Revelation 12.
Who's going to read that? 7, verse 7.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. And there was war in heaven.
That there was war in the third heaven. Go ahead.
Michael and his angels fought against the dragon.
Just Satan. Go ahead.
And the dragon fought and his angels.
Go ahead.
And prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven.
So neither was Satan's place found, their place found no more in heaven, showing you that Satan had a position, place, his position in heaven. And he's going to tell you his position that's in heaven. So they fought against Michael, but they didn't prevail. They lost, right? And their place was not found, or Satan's place was not found no more in heaven. This is the people who talking this nonsense about Satan was cast out of the book of Genesis and all that. He don't go to heaven. This is Job. Go to heaven with Job. So that's where he went. And you see right here, this is the place it says, and it was war where? In heaven it says. So he went to heaven, went back. He goes up there. To this day, right now where we are, July 9th, 2022, Satan still goes to heaven. So he had not been cast out. This ain't happened yet. This is a future prophecy. This ain't happened yet. That's why that's his position. Go ahead and read.
Verse 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceived the whole world.
He deceived the whole world. Not just Israel, he deceived the Gentiles too. Go ahead.
He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
Cast out with him. So his position that he had up in there, reading, you're gonna read it. Go ahead, keep reading. Cast out
10.
into earth. Go ahead.
And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is coming salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ, for the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night.
So his position in heaven is the prosecutor. He's the prosecutor. He's the accuser. So in heaven, that's his position. That's why the brother earlier how he was just reading about Moses' body. So Moses is getting ready to go to heaven. Who's going to oppose him? The accuser, right? He comes. No. Wait, he goes, no, man. Moses X, Y, Z. Moses is this. Michael said, man, quiet. Moses said, shut down. Quiet. The man did more good than when he done anything he could have done up. Because you know you're going to bring up a movie when you kill an Egyptian. You kill an Egyptian. You know what about murderer. You're going to bring it all up. You ain't going to bring it up. You don't clear it up. That's why I tell mother, say know what you did, trust me. Yeah. When you die with the judge, you ain't gonna be there. Right there with his other him and other people. Laying it on thick. You gonna lay it on thick. Lay it on thick. You know? You're gonna make it sound real convincing too.
Because now I gotta think back to the behavior in court, the old white lady. He's
all the way back. You already you know did. Bring everything up. Bring everything up. Everything that's relevant to the case. You locked up. Right. He stepped up with Joe. Yeah. You him like you like work. I got his list where he done. He ain't done that. All the stuff he done did. That's why we need to watch that all the time. He gonna come clean that slate all that. You don't clean it up, you don't. All right, let's go back to Luke chapter 2.
Luke chapter 2, we was at verse 20. Just let me know when everybody ready.
Yeah, we ready. Go ahead.
All right, Luke chapter 2, verse 20. And the shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen, as it was told unto them.
Go ahead.
And when 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb.
All right. So 8 days according to what was given to Abraham, as we clear, because these Christians here are lost when they look at this Bible. They think circumcision originated with Moses. I'm telling them no, it didn't. Originated came with Abraham. Because when they hear according to the manner of Moses, circumcised in the manner of Moses, they think circumcision started with Moses. I'm like, no, it didn't. 3 days in about 300 years. Let's start with Moses. So according was given to Abraham, 8 days. Mashiach was circumcised. And that's why you see Israelites like Paul calls himself son of Moses. Son of Moses, Abraham, the son of Abraham. Yeah, they attach themselves. Hold it, let me prove it. So again, I'm making stuff up. Hold where we are. Hit Romans chapter 11, verse 1. Watch what he said. Because you would think he would say, you think he would say Jacob, the forefather of the tribe of Israel. You think they would say, you think they would attach themselves to Jacob, but they're attaching themselves to Abraham. Romans chapter 11. That's what he say here. Verse that is bad. Go ahead.
Romans chapter 11 from the top. I say then, has God cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin.
He said of the seed of Abraham. You think he was of the seed of Jacob or Israel? Because he mentions Benjamin. Benjamin comes out of who? Jacob. But he says, no, I'm of the seed of Abraham. He's taking all the way back to Abraham, first father. Even John was accusing that to the Pharisees. Don't try to say you are a son of Abraham. Don't try to use that. See, we all use that. We all went to the faith of Abraham. Everybody's trying to use that. Even today, the three most dominant faiths are all called the Abrahamic faith. They all come from Abraham. Muslim, Abraham. Right? So-called Judaism, Abraham. Christianity is Abraham. It's all Abraham. These atheists hate them.
Yeah, Muslim too is Abraham.
Muslim and Abraham.
Like Matthew.
Yeah, Abraham. Attach himself to this man. So Christ was circumcised on the 8th day, what was given to Abraham. You're talking about faith? You're talking about Abraham. You got to have faith. Faith without works is dead. You got to have Abraham's faith. Why? Why Abraham's faith? Because Abraham was born as far as he was the beloved son for the Most High. He wouldn't go that far. People that ain't nowhere ain't that far. They ain't doing that. They ain't that kind of faith. That's the kind of faith the Most High wants from you. Dead serious faith. Dead serious.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. You know how hard it would be to do that? To take your own son and put him on. Like I'm about to, man. Yeah, nah.
If you have that complete faith, yes, you would. But if you
Right.
if you have faith, you be like,
I mean, because he's probably thinking like, I mean, I'm gonna kill him. He's probably just gonna revive him after. You know what I'm saying?
it does say that.
Oh, it does say that?
It says that. Yeah, it actually says that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yes, it does say that. Paul actually said that.
So what?
That he said that Abraham had that in his head that he knew that God can replace his faith is that I can go with you, but I know on the faith you can raise him from the dead.
Cool.
You can reverse it. I know you can. You have to believe. I mean, you know, if you don't believe that, if he does not believe God can do that, he don't do that.
Maybe he's not preferred to that.
Right.
Is that his first son?
So that's a beloved son. You know, the beloved son is usually the young one. That right at that time he was the young one. Okay. That's what it's a bit of murder, right? Yeah, so back here in Luke, it says, when Anthony will accomplish circumcising the child, his name was called in the English Jesus, or in the Hebrew Yahushua, which was so named of the angel before it was conceived in the womb. People want to argue and say that no, it doesn't say that. They think it said that who was named by the angel before he conceived in the womb. So named of this is an angel of people who he was an angel. And I don't know about that one. Jesus is God. This verse is saying he's an angel that was conceived in the womb. But they would say, no. That was his name. He was named by the angel before he was conceived in the womb. Is that consistent? Don't the text say? Because I know in Matthew clearly says, when Matthew tells Joseph that his name shall be Yahweh Shai, he was already conceived in the womb. Mary was already pregnant. When that went down, she was already pregnant. So he was already conceived in the womb. This is before he was conceived in the womb. It's called, gave him the name. Now, let me look right quick. Let me turn right back. I'm trying to see when he interacted with Mary. When she asked him, how shall this thing be? I know not a man. Did he mention his name? He didn't mention his name. Gabriel ain't mentioned Christ's name when he spoke to Mary about her getting pregnant with the Messiah. There's no name mentioned. There was no the angel named Christ before he got conceived in the womb. Not there. This has to be an angel that was conceived in the womb, just as it's been translated the name of the angel when it was conceived in the womb. And I'm gonna post the verses to prove that this is actually the fact. So,
She was already inside the womb. Right?
yeah, that means the angel before he was conceived in the womb was called the womb. He was called Yahweh Shai. He came in the womb and kept the same name, Yahweh Shai. So named of the angel, he says, before he was conceived in the womb, his name was Yahweh Shai. Conceived in the womb, kept the same name, right? Born, died, resurrected, went back, and kept up, same name. Got the same name. If this is the Most High God, this verse right is a contradiction. Because before his name would have been Yahweh or Jehovah, what do you call it? Then he switched his name to Yahweh Shai, right? This verse they kept the same name. Kept the same name, right? Let's get the verses from Mashiach Yahweh Shai's own mouth. Let's first get St. John chapter 6, verse 38. St. John chapter 6, verse 38. Listen, we are just getting warmed up with Luke chapter 2. Trust me, it's about to get a real meeting, you know. The verses, just getting warmed up.
It says St. John chapter 6, verse 38.
Start at verse 37. St. John chapter 6, verse 37. We're gonna get also verse 38.
St. John chapter 6, verse 37. All that the Father giveth me shall come to me, and him that cometh to me I will no wise cast out.
No wise. Right?
No wise cast out.
Yeah. He said, with the Father given it here. So whoever Christ had, because God gave it to him. Right? So God got to call you to the Son and give you over to the Son. Right? Go ahead.
But I came down from heaven.
You came down where? You came from where?
For I came down from heaven, not to do my will, my own will, but the will of him that sent me.
He said where he came from. I came down from heaven. We need some more. Let's get chapter 8, verse 32. Same book, same John chapter 8. Because they said, we know what it is. We'll get another witness too. Another verse, St. John chapter 8, verse, no, it's 32. St. John chapter 8, verse 23, I think it is. 23. St. John chapter 8, verse 23. St. John. St. John chapter 8, verse 23.
St. John chapter 8, verse 33,
23.
verse 23. And I said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are of this world, I am not of this world.
There it is again. And he said unto them, you are from beneath, I'm from above. Again, he's saying where he came from again. Simple as that. Go ahead.
I said therefore unto you that ye shall die in your sin. For if ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sin.
Clear. He's the one that can take care of your sin. If you don't believe that he's the one that's coming to die for your sin, then you're going to die in your sin. And that's the problem. You don't want to die in your sins. You die in your sins, that's one of the reasons why you're going to get thrown in that lake. You get thrown up in that lake. So, don't want to die in your sin. Yeah. The reason of sin is death. That's second death. You want that, right? He said you shall die in your sins. I mean, that's the first death, to die physically. But you die with sin upon you, without getting atoned for it. So Christ didn't atone for it. Who atoned for it? No one. So now you going to have to die. Thrown in that lake, that sin upon you. All right, let's get hold on. I'm gonna leave that right.
Open challenge, other ways.
She don't know what she talking about. No, let's go back. That's all. That's the two verses we need. We don't need no more. So we see clearly we got two places where he said he came down. It was an angel. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's get one. Let's get one more. 1 Corinthians chapter 10. Starting at verse 1. 1 Corinthians, the 10th chapter. And let's start at verse 1. We're going to read down to verse 4.
First Corinthians chapter 10. On the top.
Let everybody get there. Let Tony get there. Yeah.
First Corinthians chapter 10 from the top. Moreover, brethren, I will not have you I will not that ye should be ignorant how that all your fathers were
Our fathers.
all of our fathers were under the clouds, and all passed through the sea.
So we had a cloud, so-called UFO, that led us out of Egypt all the way to the Red Sea. Right? Before Paul is taking us back into our history, showing you that Paul is writing Hebrew Israelites. Non-Israelites can relate to that. You know what we're talking about? What cloud? That's not in our history. What's C talking about? How can you be writing to non-Israelites and saying stuff like this? This is not their history. They can't relate to it. That's why he says our fathers, he said. Can't not be talking to no non-Israelite. That don't make no sense. History doesn't match it. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea.
They were all baptized like Moses, right? They're all baptized unto Moses. They're all baptized with Moses. When he came to that, when he crossed through the Red Sea, when he was parted, when he came through there, some of that water, of course, sprinkled on it. The water thing like water. I think the water never dumped on it. Some of that water sprinkled, right? That's why I said it was all baptized, and it's actually with Moses, because he passed through the sea too. We see water baptism way over here. That's what can teach against water baptism, teach against God's commandments, teach stuff like that. That was water baptism. There's many different things. People do water baptism, purification. People do water baptism, change their life, change their baptism for physical different reasons. All right, go ahead.
Verse 3. And did all eat the same spiritual meat.
Manna, they all drank manna. Okay. That's the spiritual meat. Spiritual meat is manna. Because it's angel's food. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and the rock was Christ.
Right. So they drank from that rock. They drank that information. That spiritual drink, that knowledge, and that spiritual rock that followed them. And Paul saying here that was the anointed, the Messiah. Mashiach. That was Christ. Right? Only get one more verse, come back to Luke after this verse. Let's get Exodus chapter 14, verse 19 and 20. Exodus, second book of the Bible. Exodus chapter 14, verse 19 and 20. So Paul goes all the way back to the scene of the Red Sea crossing. We're going to go all the way back to the scene of the Red Sea crossing. Exodus chapter 14, verse 19 and 20. We're going to see what that say about Christ that was there. Paul identified that who was there. Christ that was there.
Exodus chapter 14, 19 to 20. And the angels of God,
And who?
and the angels of God,
The angel of the Lord. Angel of the. This says angels?
and the angels of God, angels of God, which
Excuse me, but where you said Exodus chapter 14 and what?
Verse 19
19. Okay, thank you.
and 20. No, that's singular, Tony. That's angel. All right, go ahead, brother.
Exodus chapter 14, verse 19. And the angel of God, which went before the camp of Israel, removed and went behind them, and the pillar of the cloud went from before their face and stood behind them.
So it was the angel of the Lord. It was an angel that was there. I was leading him, then he went behind him to separate them from the Egyptians. And you see right here in Exodus, let us know that it's an angel. Paul identified the angel as Christ that was there. He followed that rock, leading us, and he went behind us. Clearly, he was an angel in the Old Testament. But let's get one more. Just for the naysayers. We'll get one more for the naysayers. If you don't see that, this is clearer than that. This is clear. But you want something else?
So this would be a power shadow?
That's what Paul is saying it is there. That it was Christ, right? That followed us. This is how much y'all get. Let's get one more. Numbers 20. Let's get Numbers chapter 20.
Right, we can get verse 14 to verse 16.
So that thing that Paul would help let us how it is, bro, how we shine.
He was in that cloud. Yeah. In that cloud was a so-called UFO. An identified flying object. Christ was in that cloud. He was the one that was in Egypt when doing the plagues. Matter of fact, Moses will tell us right now. We got numbers so we can get it clearer. This is the last one we're going to get. We're going to go back. This is for the naysayers. Numbers chapter 20. Let's get verse 14 to verse 16. Numbers chapter 20, verse 14. We're going to read down to verse 16.
Numbers chapter 14.
No, chapter 20.
I'm sorry, Numbers chapter 20, starting at verse 14. And Moses sent messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus said thy brother Israel, thou knowest all the travail that hath befallen us.
Go ahead.
Verse 15.
So let me say this. So he went to our brother, showing that Edom is our brother. And Edom know what has happened to us in Egypt, right? Well, this is all detailed in the book of Jasher. What he's saying here, we don't have it in the Bible. The history, how would they know? Book of Jasher details because how they knew. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 15. How our fathers went down into Egypt, and we have dwelt in Egypt a long time.
215 years. Go ahead.
And the Egyptians vexed us and our fathers.
Go ahead.
And when we cried unto the Lord, he heard our voice and sent an angel.
He sent the who?
An angel.
Go ahead.
And hath brought us forth out of Egypt, and behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of thy borders.
All right. That's all we need. So we hear what happened. Moses said he sent an angel to come get us out. The angel that was in that cloud, who Paul identified as Christ. So now we're going back to Luke chapter 2, I think we're in verse 21, where it says, so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. He was an angel, was conceived in the womb. All right? That's who he was, according to the verses in the Bible.
I got a quick question on my own.
Yes, sir.
So you said how Esau knew about Jacob being in bondage and all of that, what was happening to him, right? I haven't really read the book of Jasher. I think I read like maybe a couple pages. I didn't really go deep into it. Just quick little brief. You know, how did he know?
How did he know?
Yeah.
Because when we was down in Egypt, Jacob died. When Jacob died, we went to bury Jacob. When we buried Jacob, Esau came out against us, and he wanted the property that was split between Jacob and Esau. When Isaac died, the property was split. So Jacob told Esau, "You the eldest, pick what you want."
Right.
So Esau, what Esau did was Esau grabbed the money, but
Yeah.
the land portion that Isaac had, Jacob took that.
Yeah.
So now when the Israelites gonna take Jacob to bury him to the land that was given to him that he took, that Esau didn't want the money. Edom said, no, that belongs to us. Our father, the firstborn, he gets the land.
Right.
When the Israelites said, no, we have the written agreement between your father and Jacob. Your father took the money, gave the land to Jacob.
Right.
So Edom had stalled Jacob's burial in the wilderness until
What? Wait, hold on. What did he say? You say he stalled his burial in the wilderness.
they stalled him in the wilderness because one of the men of Naphtali talks about how they quit. Naphtali is like a robe, a hind robe. They quit on their feet. One of the men of Naphtali ran back for the paperwork in Egypt to get it real quick. So he ran to go get it. real quick, but they had stalled him from moving until they get the paperwork to prove the land of Jacob. But while they was back there stalling them, one of Jacob's old servant, I think he was blind in one eye. When he heard what they were saying, what Esau that was there to stop them. When he heard what Esau said, because he was there when the thing went down, so he got mad and rose up and slew Esau, killed him.
What? That's crazy.
Killed him right in front of his family, and he was so mad he did. He chopped you up.
Yeah, I mean that's just so disrespectful. Why you gonna stall the burial?
Yeah, stole the burial. Esau stole the burial. This man chopped.
And that's probably why God hated him so much. Because I mean, how you just gonna first off you stall the burial of your father, and then on top of that, you know your brother is in captivity, and you don't even go and try to save him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's just crazy.
Brother, they be like, man, you know what, man, bury him. Man, that's my brother. He was not allowing him to be buried in that land. He didn't want him to be buried back in the land where Abraham was buried, where Isaac was buried, Sarah, Rebecca was buried. He's like, no, you ain't buried him there.
So pretty much Esau was trying to get the money and the land.
Huh.
That's crazy.
That's what John is. That man killed him, and then after that, Jacob's sons. Oh my God.
Right.
Busy with the rest of them. Busy. Judah, busy.
Right. Yeah, that gotta be a crazy
show
one.
that the land belonged to, like, no, the land
the guy brought back the deed, the proof, but by that time Esau was dead and Edom was running, so Jacob and they got busy with it, like, because once they saw him die, he got killed right there, and they were shook. You know what I'm saying? They were shook. So Esau and Jacob's son was like, oh, they shook, let's get him. So again, then they just all fleeing back to their caves. Going back to Mount Seir.
Yo, and that probably makes sense as to why. That's why when Moses was trying to get there, it was like, nah, you're not coming by us.
Now you see why that makes sense. Why they said we because we had killed their
they probably makes sense.
They still
bad blood.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
The book of Joshua fills in a lot of holes for other people. Well, listen, y'all got to study the book completely. Stop predicting before you can study it out. Study it out for yourself. See. Now, no one has no flawless text. Let's stop and read it. It says right here, we have mistakes in our Bible that need to be corrected. No one have the originals. Ain't no original. We all got copies of copies of copies. I have to sit here all day saying that. That's what we have. And human being copying text is going to copy mistakes. Copy the wrong. So we don't have any fault. So I'm not saying Joshua is flawless, but the majority of it is good. I think there's only 2 places in there I find discrepancy. 2 places. That's everything else to me is important.
And then what about the Book of Jubilees? You read the Book of Jubilees?
I read that. That right there is false.
You said that's off? You said that book is off?
I read it from about 12, 15 contradictions.
It's off. What about the Book of Enoch? You think that book is off too?
The book of Enoch, there's Enoch 1 and Enoch 2. There's 2 books of Enoch. Now,
okay,
Enoch
I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, in Enoch 1, there's a section in there that's good, but there's other sections in there that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jude quotes, he's quoting Enoch.
Right, yeah.
But the section that he quoted Enoch, that's a good section. There's a section that someone probably added stuff to it and left it up. But the one that Jude had and he was quoting from, we don't have that one no more. We have part of that, and we have some stuff added to it.
Right. I mean, it's just so many books that we don't have. Like, think about all the books, like the Wars of the Lord. Like, those books, we don't have them. You know what I'm saying? Or the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah, Chronicles of the Kings of Israel. I don't think we got those books either.
Yeah, we don't have those. We don't have it, but I think the so-called white man is somewhere hiding it.
I agree. It's probably in the Vatican. It's probably in the Vatican, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised.
He got it. That's what the Bible says. They're going to bring all their riches. They're going to bring all their stuff out. But they have to bring it out.
Or also, too, I mean, God could have hid those books. I'm saying, like, the books of the Wars of the Lord. They probably had some type of secrets that we was doing. You know what I'm saying? And God could have hid those books. I mean, who knows? I'm saying God could probably could have hid some of those books too, so that way that when they get it, they can't get that much power. You know what I'm saying? It might have been some type of spiritual secrets or who knows what. in those books. Maybe God hid him for that reason too. You know what I'm saying?
Tony?
Oh, some of the British got the book.
Yeah, all of them got some of our records, man. All of them got some of our records, bro. You know what I'm saying? But certain things, the most I make them publish, like Red Sea Scroll, make them publish that. So publish those. I wanted to hide those, you know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah, I don't wanna let nobody see
Yeah.
this one. But you gonna show them that.
Yeah, because the whole argument was the Bible goes back to 1000 AD. The Red Sea Scroll pushes farther, even further back. You know what I'm saying? Shut them up, and now we find more records. And they just find the cursed tablet, was pushing all the way back into Joshua's time. Oh, they're about done. They're about done. That proves Josh. They're about to put. They said that Joshua wrote that, but that proves the Bible goes all the way back to the Bronze Age. I go to the Bronze Age. That's 1400 BC. Irrefutable at this point. If you have Joshua that's proven to be established, that means you have to have Moses. Was contemporary.
Wow.
We have Moses, you have an Exodus. And it's a wrap after that. After that, it's all over. It's done. What are they gonna say after that? Listen, they even found in the Egyptian records where the Pharaoh was talking about the Arch of Abraham. That Abraham didn't exist. Like, how is there an Arch of Abraham that didn't exist? Explain that. They can't explain the Arch of Abraham. It's in the Egyptians' record. That means this man existed. So they claim it. He didn't exist. Moses didn't exist. Yeah, okay.
Allegory,
Yeah.
fictional character.
Explain the Arch of Abraham if it didn't exist there. Explain that. Let's go back, man. Back to Luke chapter 2.
What verse were we at?
We are now in verse 22.
22. Luke chapter 2, verse 22 says, "And when the days of her purification according to the law of Moses were accomplished, they brought him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord.
Go ahead.
As it is written in the law of the Lord, every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord."
Right. So let's get her purification in Leviticus chapter 12. Let's get Mary's purification. I think it's only about 8 verses. Leviticus chapter 12, you can get verse 1 and down to verse 8. We should just breeze through that. Let's get Mary's purification. Purification that have a man child, or a female. Leviticus chapter 12, we're going to get verse 1. We're going to read down to verse 8. A little short chapter.
Leviticus chapter 12, verse 1 down to verse 8, written out of the KJV. And it goes, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and born a man child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity, shall she be unclean.
So
And
when
in
she
the
had so when she had Christ, she was unclean for 7 days. Mary was unclean for 7 days in that tent, right? So on the 8th day, Joseph had to go take Christ and go circumcise him at the temple. When Joseph goes circumcise him at the temple records his birth because they know it's 8 days prior.
right.
So they record Christ's birth and they record the man that comes and get him circumcised. So when he comes, circumcise Christ, Joseph also at this time names him. Get his name at this time. Circumcised, Joseph names him. And because Joseph get him circumcised and Joseph names him, legally he has the right to be called his father.
Right.
This is why they get crazy when Mary called him his father, because you don't know Hebrew tradition. This is similar to our time when a man meets a woman that's already pregnant. And then he puts his name on that birth certificate. Even though that's not his child, he met her pregnant, but he wanted to stay with her. Him putting his name on there is saying he's the father. The judge see him as the father. The law see him as the father. Even though he's not the biological father, he is called the father. The similar Hebrew culture, because Joseph circumcised and names him in Hebrew culture, he's legally returned from being Christ's father, even though he's not the biological father of the Christ. That's Hebrew culture. That's what these people out in Christ came to say. Look it up. All right, go ahead in Leviticus chapter 12.
Verse 3. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised,
Go ahead.
and she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hollow thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purification be fulfilled.
But she got to wait 40 days. You have to wait a complete 40 days, right? That's 33. Plus the days when she's going to clean for 7 days. She said continue to say 33 days. In total, it's going to be 40. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 5. But if she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days.
Okay. For a total of 80. It's double. Right? It's double. Go ahead.
And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest,
Go ahead.
who shall offer it before the Lord and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that hath borne a male or female.
Go ahead.
And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
So those things are brought to finish her purification process for the Most High. So she was bringing one of these things to finish it, whether it's 40 or 80. Okay? We're going to see this. This is what the text is talking about here before we go back to Luke chapter 2. Let's go back to Luke chapter 2, where we was. I think now we're in verse 23.
23. Luke chapter 2, verse 23. It says, as it is written in the law of the Lord, every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord.
Go ahead.
And to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons.
So what they did, so the turtle doves and 2 young pigeons is like a for-man sacrifice. And the land is something like back then your wealth was your livestock. Okay. So yeah, you want to know more about this turtle dove? Check out my video where I'm making out more than one wife. In the video, I dive into that turtle dove. Very, very interesting animal. Yes, sir. All right, go ahead and Luke.
All right, Luke 2:25. And behold, there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Simeon. And the same man was just and devout, waiting for the consolation of Israel. And the Holy Ghost was upon him.
So this man, we see here, he was waiting for the consolation of Israel. Same man here. He was a devout man, and he had the Holy Spirit upon him. Okay, go ahead.
And it was revealed unto him by the Holy Ghost that he should not see death before he had seen the Lord's Christ.
How crazy is that? How crazy is that? You are not going to die until you see my anointing. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Is this the same Simeon that became one of his disciples? Can't.
No. No.
Okay.
Yeah, the price is only 8 days.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say right. I thought he was. I thought he was like, wasn't he like a teenager or something? Wasn't they all like teenagers? The disciples were pretty
Yeah,
young, at least. You know what I'm saying, like 19, 20 at least.
older, a little older.
Oh, really? Okay.
Went towards 30. Yeah, they were around. They're going around Christ's age.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah. So he got revealed he was not going to die, which is crazy, man. All right, go ahead.
27. And he came by the Spirit into the temple, and when the parents brought in the child Jesus to do for him after the custom of the law,
The custom
then
of the law. They get the custom of the law. We need to get that in Exodus, because every male that opened up the matrix is called holy unto the Most High, and you have to redeem your firstborn. You have to redeem your firstborn. What's interesting here about this is that Christ is not the firstborn of Joseph. No, he's not. He's the firstborn of Mary, as the text said. She brought forth her firstborn. Got to redeem your firstborn according. Let's get Exodus 13. Exodus 13, verse 1.
Hey, Salakia. So who was Joseph's firstborn? James?
You don't specifically say, yeah, I think so. It probably was James, Emmanuel. Yeah, I would say so because he takes over the church afterwards. Christ names him the head of the church, and I would think it was people named that the firstborn.
Chapter 13.
Tell the verse 1.
Exodus chapter 13 from the top. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whosoever opened the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast. It is mine.
It is the most high. All right. Jump down to verse 11, 11 through 16.
Verse 11. And it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he swear unto thee and unto thy fathers, and shall give it thee,
Go ahead.
that thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix, and every firstling that cometh of a beast which thou hast, a male shall be the Lord's.
Go ahead.
And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shalt thou redeem.
You have to redeem all your firstborn, right? If you don't redeem them, you're gonna have to break his neck. But you're gonna have to not break his neck. You have to give him to the Lord. All the firstborn belong to the Most High. You redeem him, meaning you paying some money for him, and now he get to go home with you. If you don't do that, then he stays with the Lord. Originally, all the firstborn in Israel were the priests, but the Lord switched it. We need to read it. I don't know about this. I'm making stuff up. You're making it up, brother. Where is it at? Don't say that nowhere. We got to get the book of Numbers chapter 3. Let's get Numbers, the third chapter. Numbers chapter 3, and let's start at verse 11. Numbers chapter 3, and we're going to, yeah, Numbers chapter 3, let's start at verse 11.
All right, Numbers chapter 3, verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, And I, behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel instead of all the firstborn that openeth the matrix among the children of Israel. Therefore the Levites shall be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. For on the day that I smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I hallowed unto me all the firstborn in Israel, both man and beast. Mine shall they be, I am the Lord.
Right, so he has switched it. He's taken all the Levites instead of the firstborn in Israel. Right, so now that's why the Levites are the priests, because originally all the firstborn were supposed to be priests. But he switched it with the incident of the calf. So with the calf, the only tribe that was on the Most High side was the Levites. And the Most High gave them a blessing by making them priests. Temporarily, of course. He switched it to the Levites instead of the firstborn. Okay. And then you have to redeem, you got to redeem your firstborn. Okay. Numbers, let's get Numbers chapter 18. I don't remember. Trying to remember off the head. Numbers,
You looking for verse 6?
verse 6.
Where it says, And I, behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites from among the children of Israel. That's verse 6.
Verse 14 and 15.
14 and 15. Okay. Numbers chapter 18, verse 14.
Do 14 down to 17.
14 to 17. All right. Everything devoted in Israel shall be thine. Everything that openeth the matrix and all flesh which they bring unto the Lord, whether it be of men or beast, shall be thine. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shalt thou surely redeem, and the and the firstling of unclean beast shalt thou redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shall thou redeem according to thine estimation, for the money of 5 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs.
Okay, you can stop right there. So we see the amount that will have to be paid for you to redeem the firstborn. All right. It's going to be after the shekel of the sanctuary, right? Which is 20 gerahs, right? I think that's getting a monetary value, but that's the cost, right?
Mm.
100,000, what? 100,000 what? Dollars? Mary and Joseph is poor. They ain't that rich. They can't do nothing like that. Hey, wouldn't be wouldn't be so high, right? You gotta redeem Christ. So, but you have to redeem the shekels, 20 gerahs, all right? The shekel up to
So is Garrus worth more than shekels?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. I'm trying to get my monetary. We're gonna come back to that monetary stuff. I can try to equate it for our time. All right, so we got the redemption is going to be 20 gerahs, and it's the shekel after the sanctuary. We can come back to that, get that monetary estimation. I am forgetting. Let's go back to Luke. So we got that. It got the when they bring Christ in, when Simon comes in, when they bring him, to bring Christ in, when Simon is there, or Simeon is there, they came there to fulfill the custom of the law. They now, because Mary has now finished her purification. This is 40 days after they got to bring him, redeem him, because Mary is now out of her purification for a man child, 40 days. As we see, Mary is clearly here. So she couldn't have come to the temple if she was still in her purification period. She has to be outside of that. All right, so Luke chapter 2, and now we're in verse 28.
Luke chapter 2, verse 28, and it reads, Lord, now let Let me see. Lord, now lettest thou thy servant,
Oh,
thy
28,
servant.
verse
Oh,
28.
28, 20. I got you. All right, Luke chapter 2, verse 28. Then took he him up in his arms and blessed God and said, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word. For mine eyes have seen thy salvation.
Mm, powerful, bro. That's powerful. He's now seen the Most High, Yeshua, salvation, right? What's interesting about this is that for years you have these or other brothers and sisters on the other side who are Tanakh only, right? And they claim that the Messiah, our Messiah, that's found nowhere. His name is not in there at all. That's it. Yes, it is. Like where? Let's get his name right. Tanakh only people. His name is not there. Isaiah 52:11. It's so crazy that they're supposed to be Tanakh only professional. You think if you're dealing with the Tanakh, you
Right.
should know more of that than anybody else because we're dealing with both. We're dealing with the Old and the New Testament. We can find his name here. How did you miss it? We're dealing with just one book. Isaiah 52, verse 11. Isaiah, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, let me confirm that. Hold up, hold on, my boy. 62. Isaiah 62, my bad, correction. Isaiah 62, verse 11. Isaiah chapter 62, verse 11. You got it, Tony?
Yeah.
Go ahead and read loud for the microphone.
Isaiah 62, verse 11. Behold, the Lord hath proclaimed unto the end of the world, say ye to the daughters of Zion,
Say to the daughter of the Israelites, go ahead.
behold, thou salvation,
Now who?
thou salvation.
What do you think that actually says in the Hebrew?
Uh,
It says Yeshua. Thy Yeshua. That's what it actually says in Hebrew. But that's what his name means, right?
uh,
The man just got through saying, "Say, for I have seen your salvation, your Yeshua." He says right here, tell the daughter of Israel that your Yeshua, go ahead.
Coming,
He's cometh, go ahead.
behold, his reward is with him,
It says his, showing you is a person, his reward is with him, go ahead.
and his work before him.
And his work showing you that it's a person, his work before him. Name right there in the text. Yeshua.
and then on top of that too, if you want to talk about Old Testament proof of Christ, I mean, doesn't it say it's almost like he's mocking them. I think it's in the Proverbs, right? I think it's one of the Proverbs towards the end that Solomon didn't write, right? And he pretty much says who knows something like who knows the Lord and who knows the name of his son or something like that, right?
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? Do you know what scripture that is?
Proverbs
Off the
30.
top? That's Proverbs 30. Yeah, right. I think also says to whom was the arm of the Lord revealed. What I noticed is that throughout the scriptures, whenever it says the arm of the Lord, right, it's usually talking about Christ.
Huh. Yep. Yeah. Can we get Proverbs 30 right quick? I think it's 30 and 5. I'm going back to Luke.
Proverbs chapter 30, verse 5.
Let me see. Let me make sure. 4.
Verse 4. Proverbs chapter 30, verse 4. Who hath ascended up into heaven or descended? Who hath gathered the wind in his fist? Who hath bound the waters in a garment? Who hath established all the ends of the earth? what is his name and what is his son's name if thou canst tell?
Yeah,
Pretty much mocking him, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Crazy. Because I mean, don't they say like, oh, God can't have a son? Ain't that what they say?
right. They do say that, right?
That's crazy.
You can't bring that verse. Right? That verse is a cut.
Right.
What was that?
That verse cuts that out. That
All
saying.
right.
He
All right.
don't have no son. That cuts the situation too with the Muslims. The Muslims say a lot
Right.
of sons.
Yeah, they say he really.
Yeah, they have no son. So, but you do have some people who believe who be trying to blend that Muslim thing with the Torah and say that they're the same. They're both the same. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to say that they go the same. Can't two don't blend at all. They're not blended two. Don't blend it.
Sometimes they will mention it, a lot of the times they won't. They'll go to him for proof to back up what they said.
Hey, shalom, Shabbat shalom, boy.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, peace, good boy.
Hey, okay, let's go back. We're in Luke chapter 2. Let's go back to Luke now. Luke chapter 2, we're in verse 31. Luke chapter 2, verse 31.
All right. Luke chapter 2, verse 31. Which thou hast prepared before the face of all people, a light to lighten the Gentiles and the glory of thy people Israel.
Right, a light which is knowledge, information, and light to enlighten the other nations and the glory of our people Israel. Right? To try to enlighten them from the truth because the nations were dealing with nothing but statues and idols. That's the true living God. So through Hamashiach Yahushua, the teachings of the apostles and then the followed afterwards and so on and so forth. And our records, that's what Paul saying in Romans chapter 3. What advantage have the Jew? And what profit of circumcision? Much every way, because unto them was committed the oracles of God. We have the records. God gave us the records. So you Gentiles can start bowing down to statues. And start believing in true and living God. That's because of us. Israelites, God gave us the records. They would still be in idol worship if it wasn't for us. Am I right or wrong? They also be worshiping statues in the temples and all that nonsense. Walk them up to Hamashiach Yahushua.
Blackstone, Mother Mary's, and Buddhist.
But the
Some of
crazy
them-
thing is that, my fault.
Go ahead, brother.
I was just going to bring up the crazy thing is that, Christ was a light to the Gentiles, but then they're taking that light and turning it back into darkness. Because if you look at them today, they still worship an idol. You know what I'm saying? Like my brother just said, the Catholic Church and all that. You know what I'm saying? They got that they got those from our records, the scriptures from our records, but they turned the light into darkness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they got the truth. They still try to blend it with their pagan stuff.
Right. So they just end up going right back to what they was doing anyways.
Money gods.
Yeah. No, a lot of them don't want to let go of that pagan stuff. You know what I'm saying? So they decided because they can't deny the truth going out. So they have to try to blend it in. You know what I'm saying? And get to see many people with that. But we are waking up. We're waking up. They're waking up too.
Mm.
They waking up on the thing that wasn't born on no December 25th and all that crap and that nonsense. It's paganism. They getting the too. All right, let's go back to Luke chapter 2. Now we in verse, where we at? Verse 33.
Luke chapter 2, verse 33. And Joseph and his mother marveled at those things which were spoken of him.
Yeah, they was like, wait a minute, what? They tripping. Like, they must have forgot what the angel told him and all that other stuff. They get another confirmation. Here comes Simon. Came in with the Holy Spirit, died in there, with the Holy Spirit upon him. He's prophesying about how much Yahweh was prophesying about it. And they think, wow. Listen, this is happening when Christ is being circumcised. There's a lot of people up there getting their son circumcised. It wasn't just Christ getting circumcised. You got the children that are getting circumcised. But this particular one, this man is in the temple praising his child. Everybody's looking like, what? They marveling like that. He's marveling that's going on. Because he's the only one that this man is prophesying about happening and calling him the Savior in the temple. It's remarkable, man. Go ahead.
And Simeon blessed them and said unto Mary his mother, Behold, this child is set for the fall and rising again of many in Israel, and for a sign which shall be spoken against. Yea, a
Okay.
sword.
That's it. Well, no, verse 34 says that he blessed them. Blessed them, meaning we get to the word, he spoke good of them. That's a sign. Faith spoke highly of both of them. Okay.
Respect on their name.
Put the respect on their name. That's what he did. He put respect on their name. Right. It says, and this child is set up, right, for the fall. This is like a stumbling block, tripped over something. Right. It says, and rising again, which is resurrection of many in Israel. Many of the people stumbled at Hamashiach Yahushua and won't believe him. And those that did believe in him, he's going to rise again. He's going to rise again in Israel for the resurrection. That's what the child is set up for. And the last part says, and a sign which shall be spoken against. This word sign, this is a miracle. I want to be clear. Word sign, okay? This Greek word letting us know this is a miracle that shall be spoken against. This is the miracle. Let's get the miracle. Let's get this miracle. When we get Isaiah 7:14, this is the miracle. Miracle is the virgin birth. This is spoken against. All you put is teaching against the virgin birth. That's a fulfilling prophecy. This is a miracle that will be spoken against. And this, as a matter of fact, even when the apostles was going out teaching, but they was teaching that their leader, the Messiah, had a virgin birth. And I got the source where the opponents was saying, well, he's illegitimate. He was accusing him of illegitimate. He had no earthly body. He was teaching. He was speaking against it.
Wow.
He's prophesying. We got that in Isaiah 7:14.
That's it.
Chapter 7, verse 4. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. Therefore, the Lord himself shall give you a sign.
Stop. The most powerfulest being in existence, himself will be himself. The sign will be what? A man get a woman pregnant. That happens almost every day. What kind of sign is that?
Every day.
Yeah, no sign. Yeah, a sign. A sign is out of the ordinary. Something that's miraculous, right? Something that a man can't duplicate.
Right.
If God himself is doing it,
Right.
he didn't send an angel. He said God himself gonna do this. You can't come behind God. Who can do that?
Nobody.
Point him out.
Nobody.
God himself gonna give you a sign. The Hebrew word awat. It's a miracle. God's gonna give you a miracle.
After God.
Only God can do that. It's a virgin birth. Go ahead.
Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel.
A Alma shall conceive and shall bring forth the son. I think it says in the Hebrew that she has already conceived already. If I'm not mistaken. I think the Hebrew tense says that she has already conceived already. Bring forth the son. Right? It says, and he, not her, and he, when we go into the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says, he shall call it forth Mary. Because Mary never called Christ Emmanuel. Most High calling him Emmanuel. God with us. Right? And then that's what we want to situation. Called God. You know what I'm saying? God. Paul confirmed that he's called God. Right? That's clearly virgin birth. That's what Simon is saying in Luke chapter 2. That is a miracle that shall be spoken against. It was spoken against since the first century. Yes, sir.
Being an angel before he was baptized, besides the Most High, did anybody have rulership over Yahweh Shai in heaven before he was baptized?
To me, rulership over there.
He got like after he got baptized, he got the keys to heaven.
You got the Holy Spirit, you got the Holy Spirit, and he was tempted by Satan.
Did he get some sort of rulership? Like,
No, not that one. No. After he resurrected. Yeah.
was it somebody ruling before Yahweh Shai, besides the Most High?
No. You mean here?
Like did they have more rank than him?
On the earth? Where in heaven? What are you talking about?
In heaven, because he got the heavens in the earth after he got baptized.
He's got the where the birds fly, and down here on the earth is what he got. Yeah, he couldn't have gotten with the Most High.
No.
No, that's why there's three heavens. When he says all power is given to me in heaven and in earth, Christians who don't know the Bible think he's talking about with the Most High. It don't make no sense. That's why Paul said Christ was the third heaven. There's three heavens. So it's like, so which heaven is he giving power over? Gotta be the power, because that's the same rulership that who has? Satan. Satan, prince of the air, he says, and of the earth. That power that Satan has been stripped from him to give it to how much he got. Third heaven with the Most High. That's not the power. Who is the power? But I'm saying Christians who don't know the Bible, even they main man Paul is telling us three heavens, so they don't really miss that. The main man telling them, you have to identify which heaven is Christ saying he's giving all power over. Identify which one. And it's clearly the first, the first one here, the first one. Right. Hope I'm edifying you Christians listening. I know you Christians listening. Hope they help y'all out. Get y'all doctrine correct. Y'all need a lot of help. Y'all keep listening, though, we're gonna help y'all out.
Recognize it's the truth, Tom. Come on.
We're gonna get you Christian right. Don't give us to the Hebrew Israelite, we're gonna straighten y'all out. All right, let's go back. Let's finish back. Let's go back where we was in Luke chapter 2. Again, if we have any questions or anything, you guys can let me know. You can tap and let me know if there's any questions, anything I brought out or I'm bringing out. You got a question on? By all means, stop me and we can go over it. We can clear it up. All right, we're in Luke chapter 2. Now we're in verse. Let's do verse 35.
I got a question on my
Yes, sir.
Do you think because man, I be trying to figure some of this out sometimes too, like geographically, right? And I be thinking about like the land location, right? So I'm like, man, so when they went to Egypt, because right, like they fled to Egypt in fear of King Herod slaughtering the Mashiach when he was a baby, right? Okay, so that trail, did they go through that desert again? You know, because we was just talking about how the Heavenly Father, he walked with them already, and he fed them spiritual meat, which was the the grains that was falling from the heavens. I forget what was them called again.
Yeah.
Yep, con. And then, so did they? I'm just trying to figure. I'm just trying to like see, the passageway, because we going over this, and I'm trying to see if two and two fit. You know.
It doesn't give us the route that they actually took, but there's a couple of ways to get back down into Egypt from the land of Israel. There was a route going through the sea coast, and then there's another route you can go through the desert. And not the desert, the wilderness. You don't call it the desert, call it the wilderness. There's a difference between a desert and a wilderness. You can actually survive more in a wilderness than in the desert. They had wells there. They found 12 wells and all different stuff like that.
Con.
Desert is something different. You just dry sand out there. Yeah, that's why that's why camels, they travel to the desert and some has water. If not, they'll die. There's no water out there.
Monthly guy.
Yes. As long as there's water. That's how they able to go to that desert like that. Those men that walk through there, they got their own little water bottles in themselves. But the camel can go through that because he has water in the cup. That's the design of the Most High. It's ingenious. I mean, I tell you, neither was the Most High design, bro. It's crazy. Yeah. It's very smart.
So, do you think? I mean, but like, do you? Because wouldn't by then they would have? You would think by then they would have like tours by then, right? Like a path from there to there, if they were to decide to go through the wilderness in the desert. So it wouldn't take them 40 years to get around, right?
Well, the reason why they're going to have tourists through there, the reason why they have tourists through there because of the Ish people, they had
Okay.
that portion of land, and then they bound for agreement. I forgot what year it was, 19 something, 60.
47.
Something, whatever year it was, they allocated that land back to the Muslims. That area right there, they give that land over there, so the Muslims didn't have no one to roll through there. They gave it over. That's the route that the Israelites went through. But they had certain people that went through there who worked for the Saudis. Who went through the city and took people off the areas and found out.
You breaking up, Salaki. You breaking up a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Am I clear now or no?
No, you clear now. You was just breaking up a little bit.
What was the last thing you heard, brother?
Clearing out, how they be going through different routes and clearing out.
Okay, in 19 something, the Ish people, through their Balfour Agreement, they had once owned that particular land right that the Israelites traveled through from Egypt.
Okay.
But then the Balfour Agreement, they gave that portion of the land back to the Muslims. And the Muslims didn't allow no one to go to the. You have to get a decree from the government of the ruler to be able to go to that land, petition that land to the death penalty. But you have people who work for the Saudis, and they have snuck into that area, taking pictures of the area, and they found the altar where they made the calf, Sinai. They basically found the route of Exodus in that land, and they started publishing it. So the Saudis saw that it could be something for them to make money, so they started to put in that area up and making it a tourist attraction. So they plan to make the tourist attraction for money, to make money of it. So sooner or later, you will be able to travel to that land, of course, for money and see the Exodus.
So the land that the Ish people dwell in today, is that really the Holy Land, or is the Holy Land actually a little bit further, like in a desolate place for now?
That's the Holy Land. They're more up in the northern section of the land. Like I said, the area they had, talk about just now, that's the southern part of the land that they gave to the Muslims. The Exodus took place. But they're more up in the northern part of the land. But yeah, that is the land according to the Bible.
Okay, come.
Yeah. Again, they took our records, you know what I'm saying? So they know where it is, they got our records. All right, let's go back. Luke If there's no more questions, we can go back. Luke chapter 2. We're in verse 35 now.
Luke chapter 2, verse 35.
Come.
Luke chapter 2, verse 35. Yea, a sword shall pierce through thy own soul also, that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed.
Yeah, so a sword is going to go through Mary's own soul. What is this sword? Let me get it in Revelation chapter 2, verse 16. Let's get it in the book of Revelation chapter 2, verse 16. What is this sword? The sword will pierce through Mary's soul, that the thoughts of many hearts might be revealed. Revelation chapter 2. There's different precepts because I could have gotten. I want to get right to the. I want to pull the one that gets right to the point, so we're not going to drag it all the way out.
Revelation chapter 2, verse 16. Repent, or else I will come unto thee quickly and will fight against them with the sword of my mouth.
We go what?
The sword of my mouth.
So we're talking about words here, sharp cutting words here. Sharp cutting words are going to go through Mary's soul. Certain things are going to be said to Mary that are going to cut deep. And it's cutting deep, and it's going to start to reveal the thoughts of many people. Many thoughts and hearts going to be revealed. So there's going to be some kind of discussion that's going to go down. We're going to have the information on that. A lot of people are going to be talking about the situation with Mary, Messiah's birth, and all these different things that go down. And I think this kind of sets up the time where I'm gonna get to the end of the chapter though, right? But because this is setting up the time where you see those missing years. I'm gonna cover those missing years from 12 to about 29, and I'm gonna cover to the scriptures what I think happened. I think this kind of sets up why I think what actually happened in the situation here. All right, but that's going on at the end of the chapter. What I think happened. Let's go back to Luke chapter 2, and now in verse 36. Here we go. Here we go. Go ahead.
Luke chapter 2, verse 36.
Yes.
And there was one Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age and had lived with an husband 7 years from her virginity.
Go
and
ahead.
she was a widow of about 84 years, which departed not from the temple, but served God with fasting and praying and prayers night and day.
All right, stop right there. So we have another tribe here, Asher, right? So what I counted so far, there was actually 6 tribes down in the southern kingdom right now. 6 tribes. One of the 6 tribes. Judah. Benjamin is there. Levi is there. And now we have Asher. That's 4. What's the last 2? That's 4 tribes. What's the last 2 tribes? When the Mashiach Yahushua was getting hunted down to be killed.
Salakia, I got a question.
Wait, once again, let me say this right quick, and man, you like, turn it over to you. So we got 4. So when Christ was getting killed, the text goes and he quotes Jeremiah when it says, Rachel cried for her children. Rachel had how many sons?
4, right? No. 2?
She had 2 sons.
2,
She had
yeah.
Joseph
And Benjamin.
Joseph and Benjamin. Joseph became 2 tribes. Right? If we go into the 2 tribes, that's 6. That would make Benjamin. That would make Benjamin is there. We already talked about Benjamin. But Joseph became 2 tribes. So that's Ephraim and Manasseh. That makes 6 tribes. Right? So if Rachel's crying for her children, she's crying for Benjamin and Joseph, who became 2 tribes, showing you there's at least 6 tribes down there at that time. Because you want to go kill the children that was in Galilee trying to kill Christ. And it says Rachel crying for her children. That's Joseph,
Mhm.
and that's 6 tribes north. It's at least 6 tribes down there in the southern kingdom. All right, Emmanuel, you have a question, Emmanuel?
Khan, I was just wondering if that word prophetess was supposed to be there.
Come.
So it is women prophetess in the Bible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Khan, okay.
Most I prophesy to women. No problem with that, prophesying to women. But sometimes men are just being lame. Like in the book of Judges. Deborah, the one man who want to step up. Barack was scared, he was kind of scared to go to war. Okay, limping out, man. Step up. Lean on a woman. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that doesn't mean a woman was teaching. I come at a woman that was that teaching. You know, things are out of order right now. People want to say a lot of stuff, man. You can't, you know what I'm saying? That was never in Israel the vibration of a woman in Israel. In Israel, the vibration, I mean, even back in that time, the vibration of a woman back then was in that time. That wasn't that vibration when we try to teach. You understand that, oh, I got to take care of the house, take care of the children. You know what I'm saying? So they weren't trying to step out and try to lead them like that. And for children to continue the nation, continue to move around, get out of the lower vibration, man. And they locked in some of them so much, and the most out using the prophesy. So they was in order. When they got out of order, how much they gonna use you out of order? Yeah, so
That to a woman today, she ain't turning the church back over to a man. You know, it's my church.
out of order in the first place. But I mean, there's no issue with a prophetess or woman prophet. None whatsoever. Just women trying to take over the classroom setting Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Servant Smith.
Shabbat shalom, Mark.
Shalom, bro.
Family. Yes, sir.
Hey, we're in Luke chapter 2, verse where we at now?
36.
Yeah, we just got to 36 and 37. Now, Anna, we might and the prophet just covered it with 6 tribes with her from Asher, right? And it said that she was a widow, right? About 84 years old. It says she's of great age and lived with a husband 7 years from her virginity, right? 7 years from her virginity, meaning 7 years after she had consummated, right? But before she consummated, she was a virgin. And when she consummated, she was a virginity, right? For them to have sex. So then 7 years after she lost her virginity, her husband died and she became a widow, right? She became a widow, right? And it says she was a widow of 80, what is it? It says she was a widow of, and she was a widow about 84 years, 84. So that's 84 plus 7, right? What's that? 91. She's 91, right? She's 91 now. How old do you think she was when she lost her virginity? She's 91 right now. However old she is, you have to add that to this 91. Now, that's why they say she was probably around 12 or 14. They got married at a young age, 12 or 14. Add 12 or 14 to that, she's up in the hundreds. She's 100 or something, like 115, right? 16, which would make sense that she's in a great age. Right? This verse is kind of confirming that women were getting married at a young age, right? 13, 14, 15, somewhere in between. Normal age of that women that was getting married. And that would make sense with her being around that age. But she clearly in the hundreds. She clearly in the hundreds. From the math that's given here, she's clearly in the hundreds.
Scoring is 20 years.
Huh?
A scoring is 20
A
years.
score is 20. 4 score. Right? So I would say she got married around 14. I would say she got married at the beginning of around 14. Right? And that 9 that 14. And she's about 100, she's about 115. To make a peace and say she's a great deal. So we got knocked about the December. The Bible don't say that's how old the woman was when she was married. This verse, right? These two verses here confirming that it was somewhere between that 12, 14, 16 range. Somewhere in between there. She's about 115 years old. Unless you're trying to say she's 120. It doesn't matter what you say. You're going to be older the more you add on to it. The more old you say she was when she lost her virginity, the more you're saying she's got her own. And you think you can't go crazy and go, if you say 20, you gotta move me. Come on, man. Not even crazy with it. I think 14, I think we good solid at 14. 14, 15, we solid. Making her about 115, 116. We good with the text. We clear. It all add up and make sense because she's of a great age. It makes sense. We got confirmation about how old women was. They got married at that time before. All right. You know, it wasn't like read all that crap. The young age is confirmed with these two verses here. All right. If there's any questions we have on this, anyone can ask the question. And before we go on, we're going to continue. We're in Luke chapter 2. And now we're in verse, where we at? Oh, and it says she departed not from the temple, and she served the Most High with fasting and prayer day and night. Now we know that she couldn't have stayed when she lost her husband 7 years of marriage. She thought attaching herself to the temple. She wasn't just she never left the temple because she still had her period. She can't be there when she's unclean. So just that she confident when she was clean, she was up there fasting and praying and doing whatever she could to assist the priests, assist them. Okay? To the point where now the Most High using her and prophesied to them certain things about the Messiah being born here. Right? So now we just go back to Luke chapter 2, verse 38. Luke chapter 2, verse 38.
Luke chapter 2, verse 38. And she coming in that instant gave thanks likewise unto the Lord, and spake of him to all them that looked for redemption in Jerusalem.
So she herself is spoken about him. So she Hamashiach Yahushua, while he's being redeemed, after Mary's purification of 40 years, he has two witnesses that's talking about what he's going to do. Simeon, and then you have Anna. Right? Both of them are prophets, prophesying about Christ, and she's prophesying with him. She's a prophetess about him, spoke the same similar things about Hamashiach Yahushua. So Hamashiach has two witnesses. What he's going to do when he was young. All right, go ahead.
And when they had performed all things according to the law of the Lord, they returned into Galilee to their own city Nazareth.
So they went back into Nazareth, right? So now, right here in this verse right here, is where Luke chapter 2 would come into effect. Luke chapter 2 fits right in between here. Right in between here is where Luke chapter 2 fits. Right? That's for those that do chronology. We're going to go to the book of Luke. I want to read a couple of verses in Luke chapter 2. But this is where Luke, the whole chapter 2 fits right in here. When we get to that next verse. Right? So Luke, let's go to it's not Luke. What am I saying? Luke chapter 2. Matthew chapter 2. Two right there. Matthew, the second chapter, fits in between right here. The wise man, we're going to read it. Luke chapter 2, let's start at verse 1.
You said verse what?
Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. Yeah, let's keep saying Luke.
All right.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. So,
Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. All right. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem.
so Christ was done. He's been born already in Bethlehem of Judea. Wise men came from the east towards Babylon, today towards Iraq. Wise men are Magi, right? Meaning, in other words, astrologers. Wise men right there are making study the stars. Stars tell you a lot of stuff, right? That kind of understanding of science like the storytelling would be useful for astrology and trying to make money. It was used back then to determine events on the earth before it happens, right? Astrology. Yes, sir.
I thought it was just the three stars in the sky signaling that the Messiah was being born. I didn't know that they was astrology.
It was astrology. Yeah. Astrology style. We're not the only one. All the priests, all these priests in different countries, they all study the stars. And then they document these things down. Yeah, this is the reason why we can pinpoint dates accurately, because we line up the dates with these different countries, and we see everything on a timeline that fits perfectly, right? So it ain't one group of people manipulating the time. We can take different times from different cultures and document it, because it's documented according to the sign of heaven. And that's how they tell kings what's gonna happen. This person's gonna be a king, or the king gonna die. Like if they got a prophecy of a king dying, right? What they would do, they would put a fake king on the throne. So he'll die. And when he dies, put the real king back, right? Or if he don't die according to that time, remove the fake king, kill him, and put the real king back. But all that comes from the stars. Astrology. Yeah, but the kings, listen, kings rely on these men for these things. That's why when you read the book of Daniel, when he had a dream, who did he call? Call the wise men in them. I had a dream. What does this stuff mean? Y'all can tell me what this stuff means. Yeah, but all king rely on these men for the future events in their kingdom. Because if he was to go to war, he needs to know if he's gonna lose. He was one of these men, and they were going to pray to their idol, whatever, to find out if he's going to win. They told him, look, you're going to lose. He ain't going to go fight. He's going to lose. They say, no, you're going to go win. You're going to win. Oh, you don't go. Yes, sir.
So, subject, what was Martin Luther King talking about? I have a dream. He was acting like he was prophesizing.
That's a speech. Yeah. A speech of integrating, of integration. Probably what? I mean, he probably was speaking that. He probably speaking that. He probably was strategy, because you're not going to get too far if you're going to kill some of the people out there. So they got positions to get in place we can't get into them. So we can help. You know what I'm saying? That's why Christ said, "Why is that serpents? You got to use wisdom." How to do it? Right? They didn't infiltrate the inner city and start stealing our dance, our break dance, and all of that. They start attaching themselves to certain people who draw them into these circles where they can never get in. But this person they knew, they actually keep drawing them into these circles where they see the break dance, they see the rap music, they see what's going on in there, and they steal it, take it back, and do all kind of stuff with it. Yeah, so making money off manipulating and changing and all that stuff.
That's the name on it.
Which all these shiny people, all people around the world, now so they break dancing. So that up from us. If we copyright what we create, we all be rich, bro. They steal our slang. All our slang they steal. They steal hater. If we just copyright hater, we'd be rich. Just a hater. They all use it. Everything we do, they steal it. Yeah, stealing it.
Second.
Not only that, you know what I heard? The Jamaican rapper, I can't his name. He said that the so-called white man, you know what he did? He copywritten hip hop you cannot use hip hop without him getting paid. He
Wow.
copywritten the word, and he copywritten reggae too.
Wow.
He said he copywritten both phrases, and if you use it, he gets paid.
Wow.
Some white dude, he said they copywritten it. It's crazy, bro.
No.
That's originated with us. And how you gonna copy what we came up with? He didn't pay that with it.
Oh, I mean that's not the first time. If you think about what they say the person that invented the light bulb was Thomas Edison. Come to find out, he was actually a black man, and not Thomas Edison, but the man who made the first light bulb was actually a black man. But then he just stole the idea and published it. You know what I'm saying, for himself.
Right.
Probably one of Thomas Edison slaves.
Right. Listen, I bet you he's been trying to copyright nigga for a long time. Things about money. Every time them guys using it, they have to pay him. Yeah. Copyright what you came up with. Come on, man. Let's
I
go
think KFC chicken was also originated by a black man or black woman, and I think
Right.
that they stole the recipe and copyrighted it.
Uh,
Whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Coke too.
Yeah,
Coke
it's
made
crazy.
by a black man.
Coke too, yeah, that's crazy.
Yes, Coke made by a black man. That's what they said. They said he sold it for 25 cents. I don't believe that part. Man. He said he sold it.
Yeah, nah, they probably lying.
I think they lied about that part. But yeah, a black man came up with Coca-Cola. That's a black man. Black man came up with that. Then you get the book Black Inventors. Get the book Black Inventors.
Black and what?
Black Inventors.
Black inventors. All right.
Yes. The transmission, automatic transmission, black man. Stoplight, black man. Peanut butter is a black man? Black man. Black man. Straightening cone? Yeah. Black woman. All right, so let's go back to where we was. Where was we at? Oh yeah, we was in Matthew chapter 2. That's where we was at. So the Magi, astrologers, saw his sign in heaven. So they following his sign to come because the sign was of a king being born, right? So they come from the east and they're coming to Jerusalem. These men usually the men that they would go to try to go to, they nominate who would be kings next. Turmoil, different things. These men come. Obviously, these men were Israelites. This would go all the way back. This would clearly go all the way back to the time of the prophet Daniel. Prophet Daniel is obviously the one giving the prophecy of the Messiah coming. He telling him when he's going to come. After what, 2 weeks and the whole 9 yards, and Daniel chapter 9, tell you when the Messiah is going to be cut off and all that. So Daniel had the information, right, about it. So Daniel was over all of the wise men that was in Babylon. He was over him, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were put all over the wise man. And I believe he set these things in place, never in place, because he was also a rich man, right? I think he lived through, is it three? He lived through 2 or 3 empires. Because he was there in the Babylonian Empire, and he was also there in the Persian Empire. So he lived through at least 2 empires. He was a very old man at this time. I mean, that's cool. People don't do chronology. They don't see these things. They lived through a lot of 2 empires. That's crazy. Yeah. Daniel, he was a unit. They castrated him. He was a unit. They were units. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they castrated them. They were units. Again, read the Bible and not pay attention to what they read. They just read over a whole bunch of stuff. So he had children. But he was in Quran. Yeah, but Daniel, they were castrated. They castrated them. So I think Daniel put this in place for the wise men for future events. When they see this in the heavens, they go down here. bring him something. They're bringing him beef, and they're bringing these things. These are Israelites.
Hey, I didn't see you. I could barely hear y'all. Did you say who were the unit? The three brothers?
Daniel, Daniel,
Daniel?
yeah, Daniel said God, Michigan, and Abednego, they were units.
Okay. Okay.
Huh. They got children. Well, I think Daniel set this in order for these men to come because he was over the Magi in that part of the world in Babylon. He set that all up. Him set God, Michigan, and Abednego. They set that all up for the Messiah when he comes. These men are coming. But we know the Israelites in Babylon. It's like it's first of all. So they remain, the majority of them stayed in Babylon by the fact that historical facts tell us. And it was still there by the time the Messiah was from that part of the world. Okay? And there was Magi, they were the same, in the same class of people that Daniel was in. Right? It was all of us in the same class of people, Magi. These things were, I believe this is given to him by Daniel, something to give to him for a specific time. Well, they knew, or he knew, this was needed as far as they had to be freed out of Egypt. But they were poor. But they were given wealthy stuff. At that time, that's worth a lot of money. Wealthy stuff. So let's jump down. I don't want to cover this whole chapter here. Let's jump down to verse Matthew chapter 2. It's verse 9.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 9.
Yeah. Go ahead, Azar.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 9. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 10. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy.
Go ahead.
And when they were come into the house,
They came where?
into the house.
They came into the house. See, Mashiach was born into the sukkah we went over earlier. Now they coming into a house where he stayed. So Christians have it where the wise man is at the birth in the manger, and he wasn't there. The wise man did not arrive when he was just born in that sukkah. They came to a house, and they went back to Nazareth after we talked about what Simon said and what Anna said. And had to go redeem him, but he's the first one of Mary. After all that time, by the time they come, Mashiach Yahushua is about 2 years old. When they come to him, he's about that old now. They didn't come when he was just born. Text don't bear that out. It's Christians, just blatantly lying in front of your face because people are not reading the book. Christians in the church ain't reading the book. They're like, wait a minute, you don't say that. So they came into a house. Are y'all showing a manger? Anyway, so when they came into the house, go ahead, Isaiah.
And when they came into the house, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasure, they presented unto him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh.
Yeah. So these so-called Christian, actual pagan people, those 3 gifts, those 3 wise men, don't even say any of that. There is no way that you cannot travel with these kind of treasures. And just 3 of you they got robbed a long time ago. These men obviously travel with armed escort. They had an armed escort with them when they came. Because when they came, they would jump up right quick. Because if there was only 3 of them, this would never would have happened. Jump up to verse. Verse 2 and 3 real quick, Isaiah.
Come. Matthew chapter 2, verse 2, saying, where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him.
Go ahead.
When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him.
So if the other 3 men came, why would Herod even be troubled and all Jerusalem with him. Over 3 men. You think 3 men fighting Herod when he got his army with him? 3 men ain't fighting him and troubling him. And all Jerusalem too? 3 men? Really? If these 3 men came with an escort, an army escort, with an army behind them, yeah, y'all trouble. And all Jerusalem gonna be trouble. Plus, they come and saying, where the king of the Jews at? That means Herod, you getting replaced. Wow. And I got an army behind me, you try something slick. What's this trouble? And all Jerusalem too, but it's the army. The army of Parthians, who's the Roman Empire enemy. Who they don't want to teach you about the Parthians, but the Parthians rival the Roman Empire. Rome could not conquer these guys. They couldn't conquer these Parthians. Couldn't beat them. But they talk about how Rome ruled the whole world. No, they didn't. No, they did not. Rome couldn't go over there in Mesopotamia. But the Parthians ruled that area of the world. They didn't rule over there. These were men from the Parthian Empire who were Israelites, which we know according to Acts chapter 2, it tells you there were Israelites in Parthia that came from Pentecost. It says Parthia in there, so we know there was Israelites. All right, let's jump back down. So he gave them gold, frankincense, and myrrh. These were things radically needed for them to make their journey all the way down to Egypt. Verse 12.
Verse 12. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way.
Right, so they went another way. And the way that they came back into the country with their armed escorts and guards and went back. Right, but it was warned directly. God warned them directly. So we would give God, we would these men directly. These were Israelite men. Got direct warning from God. Go back. We're not no Gentiles. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him.
Right, so the angel tells him, take the young child and his mother. Why does not the angel say, take your child and wife? Why is it eliminating him? Again, I covered this in my Virgin Birth 2.0. Those who want to know, go to my channel, Virgin Birth 2.0. We dive into this kind of verbiage in the text. People who they don't listen to the Bible, they just read over stuff too much. Why is the angel eliminating him from being the father? Keep saying, take the young child and his mother. Stop it. Okay? That's clearly virgin birth verbiage. Wow. Clear virgin birth verbiage.
You used to take your son of Joseph. That's how they
Right. Right. Hey,
clarify.
they can't find an angel that says Joseph is the father. None. No angel, no prophet, but the Most High. Only people who don't know what's going on make the mistake of saying stuff like that. Right. No one else does. Right. All right, go ahead.
Verse 14. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt.
Go ahead.
And was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, out of Egypt have I called my son.
Right. So I have many Tanakh only people who are the problem with this verse right here. Because it's saying that Matthew is lying. He's lying.
What?
He's saying Matthew's lying right here. Because this verse is speaking about Israel when they came out of Egypt. This is not speaking of Christ when Christ came out of Egypt. So he's lying. I said, let's read it. Can we get in Hosea chapter 11? Let's read it. Let's read it. Again, Tanakh only. See, the reason why they don't understand the Bible is because, for one, they don't believe in Hamashiach Yahushua. Because he's the one that opened up the scriptures to the apostles to understand. They don't have the understanding of the Old Testament. It's one of them believe it. I want to understand. They don't have the understanding of the so-called Old Testament. The only thing old about it is how long it's been around. So the information in there is current. Use it. Will help you. And then old about the wisdom you can apply to help you today. So Hosea, let's get that in Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. Because I want to argue this little new point. We can't get around it. Hosea chapter 11, we're just going to get verse 1 to show you what Matthew is actually quoting here. Accuracy. Hosea is talking about prophesying future, not past.
Hosea chapter 1.
11, chapter 11, verse 1. This is what Matthew is quoting as the fulfillment of it when Hamashiach Yahushua was called out of Egypt. He was not speaking of when Israel came out of Egypt under Moses.
Hosea chapter 11 from the top. When Israel was a child, then I loved him and called my son out of Egypt.
Right. I said he called his son. I said, show me anywhere in the Tanakh. Torah, let's go there. Where that was a call. Can you call someone out of captivity? Where? Where's that happen at? Where's that happen at? You cannot call nobody out of captivity. If I got you in captivity, can someone else going to call you? You just believe that's the end of it? What nonsense is that? You cannot call nobody out of captivity. Israel was in captivity under there. And when Moses went down there with Aaron, he didn't call them. Let me read what it actually says. It's for not only people who don't understand the Bible. Because none of you can prove that's a call. None of you can prove that. It clearly wasn't a call. Let me get Exodus chapter 3. That's verse 7 and 8. Which was that easy? Listen, if that was the case, someone could have came and called us out of this captivity on this so-called white man. Hundreds of years ago, that could have been done.
Africa could have
Just call, yeah, just call out of captivity. Listen, don't y'all just come on, like leave. Walk and leave, walk out and leave. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, calling you out. They ain't gonna do nothing. They're not gonna do nothing. I call you, so that means they can't do nothing.
Right.
Once I call you, they have to comply with that call. They can't do nothing.
3 cheers for Africa.
Yeah.
So you can call people out of prison and jail.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the case. You can just call it out.
Wow.
OJ, come on, man.
Wow.
According to that crazy logic.
Prison of slavery. So,
Yeah.
13,
Yeah. Go down there and try calling them out. You might join them. Like, nah,
Trying to break them out. Yeah.
call them out. Okay. You got Exodus 3, 7, and 8?
You said Exodus chapter 3?
Yeah. Verse 7 and verse 8. No.
Exodus chapter 3, verse 7. On down.
7 and 8.
7 and 8.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cries by reason of their taskmakers, taskmasters, for I know their sorrows.
Go ahead.
8. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hands of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land, and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanite and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Parasite, and the Hivites, and the Jebusite.
Right. So he says in that verse there, I come to do what? Deliver. He's gonna call him?
No.
I think gonna call them out of Egypt. No, he can deliver them. They have to be delivered. Have to be asked anything not only. Show me a verse that says he called them out of Egypt. What verse says any of that? If Hosea he said, I called my son out of Egypt, show me the call anywhere in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Where's the call at? Yes, sir.
And this delivery, it's like it's some bloodshed here.
Definitely.
He had to kill
He
somebody.
killed the firstborn. 10 plagues. Come on, man.
All that was
What kind of call is that? That's a call? Oh, crazy. It ain't no call. Hosea chapter 11, that last part about call my son, that's Hamashiach Yahushua, the fulfillment of that. That's not under Moses. They're not going, y'all don't understand the Bible. That's just our problem. Yeah. Please fact check me. Where is it? Where's the call at? Ask any of them. I try to check the dialect, ask them the same question. He don't want to respond. I hit him up. I said, explain to me where's the call at? Because you claiming that how Matthew's lying, then where's the call at? Now, y'all lying. Matthew's on point. Call my son out of Egypt. Showed you how accurate the apostles of their word. When they quote the Old Testament, knew exactly what he was saying. They don't get it. I'm waiting. I'll be waiting because I know y'all listening. Leave it in the comment section. Show me the call. Waiting for it. Let's go back to Luke, man. Back to Matthew. We just finished that off. We'd love to say we got Matthew right. No, Matthew got it right. You guys got it wrong. Stop lying on that. Y'all need to stop believing in Mashiach Yahushua. Get some real information. Y'all stuck in that box over there. That misinformation. Just jump all the way down right quick so we can verse 19.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 19. And it reads, but when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life.
Right, so we get the fulfillment there of what Hosea said. Now he's calling the son out of Egypt. Right, doesn't specify how long. So we know Christ went when he was about 10, not 10, 2. And at some point in time, they came back from Egypt. Now we know there was many Israelites living in Egypt at this time in Alexandria. So they can clearly go down there, and they would obviously go into the Hebrew Israelite communities that was in Egypt, specifically in Alexandria, right? Stay down there. So you ain't gonna have a so-called white baby fly down into a bunch of black people are trying to hide from Herod. He'd have been exposed, stuck out like a sore thumb. It's easy to find him. Tracked him down. Right, kind of hide. Who does that?
Back to the caves.
White men don't hide amongst black men. They hide amongst their own. They blend right in.
You can't see me. That's like,
Yeah.
You can't see me.
I mean, they all look like anyway, don't they say that? Y'all look like anyway.
That's why you have to kiss Yahweh Shai on the cheek to let them know which one.
Facts. The betrayal. You will be able to tell them which one it is. Want to say something about it? I'm just saying, I don't feel when him being a so-called white man, it wouldn't make any sense according to where he fled to just now. Well, that's a lie. What they're trying to do, what they're trying to say, they're trying to go back into the period of atonement. They're so-called white people that had at that time controlled Egypt. They was rooted out when the Romans came into that's under the Greek Empire. The Romans came up in there and regulated that situation. I'm just saying we know that it was Israelites in Alexandria. That's where they went. Because we have in Acts chapter 18, Apollos came, he was from Alexandria, and he was a Jew, said. So they lived down there. All right, let's finish off here in Matthew.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 21. And he arose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel.
Go ahead.
But when he heard that
Archelaus
did reign in Judah in the room of his father's Herod, he was afraid to go thither, notwithstanding being warned of God in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee.
Go ahead.
And he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, he shall be called a Nazarene.
Right. Accurately, you should be calling it a Netzer. Right. We should be calling it Netzer. Not a Nazarene. But you're not looking at Nazarene. Netzer. Again, in the virgin birth part 1, I dive into all of the situation. I will not into that. Briefly, and Netzer is a cut down olive tree. And it grows up a few yards away from the trunk that is cut down and pops back up. And anyone that knows what a Netzer is, know that it's a virgin birth. A Netzer is a virgin birth. If you know what it is. That's so much information that it's overwhelming information and truth. This verse right here says it again. What a Netzer is. Again, you want to know what a Netzer is? I dive into it deeply in my virgin birth lesson on my channel. You can go check it out. All the good information in there for people. Okay, so they went back into Nazareth, Nazareth, which means branch town. Nazareth means branch town. He's a Netzer, a branch that lived in branch town. It all makes sense. Everything's lining up perfectly. So they came back. So now let's go back to Luke chapter 2. Now we're in verse 40 because they went back into Nazareth, and then after that, situation with the wise men and the fled to Egypt, and they came back to Nazareth again. And now we're coming back up into verse 40. Luke chapter 2, verse 40. That's where we are. All right, we got that.
I think,
You go ahead, Izar.
Luke chapter 2, verse 40. And the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, filled with wisdom, and grace of God was upon him.
Right, so he grew and waxed strong. Let's get that. Let's get Isaiah chapter 11. Isaiah chapter 11. So he came back from Egypt and he grew strong in spirit, filled with wisdom, and the grace of the Most High was upon him. Right? So we're going to get that. Isaiah chapter 11, let's get 1 through 5. Yeah, Isaiah chapter 11, we get verse 1 through 5.
Isaiah chapter 11, from the top. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots.
Right, that branch is a Netzer. Again, I covered this in my virgin birth video. Go ahead.
2. And the spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him,
So the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him. Go ahead.
the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord.
Go ahead.
3. And shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Lord, and he shall not judge after the spirit of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears.
Go ahead.
4. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor, the reprove with
Equity.
equity for the meat of the earth, and he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lip shall he slay the wicked.
Right. So he will smite the earth, talking about he's actually the oppressor with the rod of his mouth and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. And they'll verbally correct them. That's what he's doing to the scribes and the Pharisees and anybody else. That's what he's talking about. That's how he grew in wisdom here and knowledge. And from Luke chapter 2, all these spirits was upon him, and he was growing in these spirits and wisdom and knowledge. Okay, let's go back to Luke. Oh, one more verse. I'm sorry. Read verse 5, brother.
5. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his loins.
That's speaking of spiritual clothing. That's spiritual clothing that he has on, right? People don't understand the twofold creation of the Most High. You can put on humility. You can put on bowels of mercy. This is spiritual clothing. Like you have physical clothing, you also have spiritual clothing. People be negated to put on their spiritual clothes. They put on carnal clothes and completely negate that they don't think there's no spiritual clothing that you can put on. Yes, you can. You just don't have it on. Or you don't want to put it on. Either one of the two. And that's what the text talks about being naked. You thinking of something physical all the time. You know, they're talking about no, spiritually, you got no clothes on. Spiritually naked. Mashiach Yahushua was clothed spiritually and physically. If you just walking around here spiritually naked, that's why they don't do another thing. Just walking around spiritually naked. Exposing their nakedness. I don't even know what they're talking about. They're thinking, oh, no, he had clothes on. Missing it. You know what I'm saying? He just missing God.
As I said, like, you out here naked, bro? Yeah. Like, we naked, like, man, we need to go in.
They don't understand the vernacular of the scripture sometimes when we're talking about stuff like that, because they completely miss spiritual clothing. There's a class on my, I'll talk about spiritual clothing, did a lesson on it too as well. Check my channel. I know these guys in these camps ain't teaching about no spiritual clothing, but they too carnal minded to see anything that's spiritual, especially when it comes to clothing. Yes, sir. Them guys just carnal as everywhere. They don't get spiritual. I just had a video. He did a video on YouTube. I think it was GMS guy talking about going to be a whole lot of sex kingdom. He shows pictures of Edomites, all kind of nations. He shows pictures of, and he shows one of them pregnant. Kingdom. And the one that be about all this taking stuff out of context and stuff. Well, that's not sure what Luke 20 said. The kingdom, they don't marry, nor they giving in marriage. They don't do that. There's the angels. They just don't have sex. I said, brother, man, you earn that on the scriptures, brother. That's why you have to the kingdom. They didn't be like what you're saying. They don't marry or giving in marriage, brother.
What was the response?
No response, brother. No response. That's what Christ said.
Crickets.
Crickets, no response. You can't respond to that.
Get a chance to get to that video I sent you?
I'm gonna get to it. I'm just saying, these brothers are out here teaching this false doctrine. He's in the video, brother. I can understand if you show a whole bunch of Israelite women. You got Edomites in there, all kind of women is in there. East Indian women in there, all kind of women in the video pregnant. You guys are bugged out, bro.
Or you see that video where the so-called black woman is trying to teach these things? Like stuff.
No, I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
she was like in these Indian woman told her, I'm coaching all guys to do that.
Right.
She was like, oh, I don't know. And she was trying to teach them. They really couldn't do it. But then they was teaching her how they dance. It's kind of like, they do.
More respectable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is trying to teach them how to shake the blood.
Not doing that. Let's go back to Luke. Yeah.
We should be able to tell you that before some Indian.
Listening to the rappers too much, man. Luke chapter 2, we now in verse 41. Come.
Luke chapter 2, verse 41. Now his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of Passover.
So we see right here that Joseph and Mary are consistent by keeping feast days. Every year they went up to the Passover. We can assume that they went up there also to Pentecost and Tabernacle as well. Okay, keeping Torah, right? When he was 12, they went up. So it's interesting how Luke specifically gives the story when he's 12. Because you don't read it, I don't read anything in the before this about a bar mitzvah. You know there's a bar mitzvah, but you don't see detail anywhere in the scriptures. I don't see it. I don't see it. I can listen. If anyone knows a bar mitzvah in the Old Testament, you can like me. I do not see a bar mitzvah, but it's interesting that he picks this age. Deeper about it at this age. Why choose this age? Why pick 12? This could be something about a bar mitzvah. I'm definitely not saying that it is. I can't establish that biblically. The bar mitzvah, as I looked at it, came about in the 1500s, I think it was. That's the first I heard in the Talmud when they started promoting it. But I looked at it. So yeah, this is gonna go back to the first century. I don't know. I don't like the bar. I don't know if you did. I mean anything about a bar mitzvah in the first century or something like that, the bar. If you're there, like, or
I don't know too much about the bar mitzvah actually. I just know of the phrase, but I never actually looked it up. Surprisingly, man. Yeah, I never actually looked it up.
yes, I ain't nothing about it. So, but it's interesting how I picked this age of 12, and they claim that that's when you become, bar son, and mitzvah is talking about the commandments, right? So you become a son of the commandments, what they're saying. What's the bar mitzvah mean? Son of the commandments, right? Now you have in other words, you're not held accountable. You're not held accountable for what the Torah says. So some type of rite of passage, so to speak.
So 12.
Yeah, 12. Because when you turn 5, you're supposed to start teaching the Torah. By the time you're 12 years old, you should be able to recite the entire Torah, 5 books. You have to recite it like that. 12. So you know it. Now you have the time. Shabbat Shalom, Terry.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. All right, we in Luke chapter 2, verse 42 now, brother Terry. All right, go ahead, Isaiah.
Luke chapter 2, verse 42. And when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast.
Go ahead.
And when they had fulfilled the days and they returned, the child Yahushua tarried behind in Jerusalem, and Joseph and his mother knew not of it.
So, Hamashiach Yahushua is 12 years old. They up at the feast. Don't specify which feast, but you can say it's Passover. When they put him in which feast. He's up there. There's hundreds of people up there for the feast. Joseph and Mary, they lose Hamashiach Yahushua. It's 12. Is this one? They lost 50. Y'all supposed to put eye on him. What? You ain't heard what Simon said? You heard what Anna said about this child? This is the Messiah. I gotta make sure he's good. Right? They lose the Messiah, they lose him, you know what I'm saying? When he's 12 years old, to make it sound like it's his fault. No, you the parents, keep an eye on your child. You the guardians. They go up there and they lose Hamashiach Yahushua. I don't know what they got caught up in. I guess with their friends, running their mouth, whatever. I don't know what they were doing. They lose Hamashiach Yahushua.
They could have sworn he was with him.
Yeah, that's what they thought. I mean, I know he with him. He with the family, with the group, when we moving back. No, y'all should have mentioned before y'all left. He was in the group. All right. So he lay back in the company, and then right, you know what I'm saying?
Precious person.
Come, you know what I'm saying? This is their noise. Yeah, of all people, you gonna lose him. What y'all doing? You know, now in their job, none of their job at this point, right quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 44. But they supposing him to have been in the company went a day's journey, and they sought him among their kinfolks and acquaintances.
They went a whole day journey before they realized they lost Hamashiach. A whole day. What are they thinking? They put in their mouth so much.
They must have been, they buying something.
Something.
That's what it was for.
Oh, yeah.
A man gonna fill them up with this on your body? Someone wants to fill them up there.
See, they had to land.
Mm-hmm.
They had the ice.
Okay.
You know, see, they woke up, they went down their way, they thought about their child. Thought about him.
What a whole day's journey.
Then finally realized he was home.
I ain't seen him all day. Joseph, you seen him? You seen him? I'm gonna ask my friends and acquaintances. No, we ain't seen him. What y'all doing? Y'all lost him? The prophesied one? What y'all doing? I caught up. Right.
Sounding good right now.
They know they in trouble. They know they in trouble. Like, whoa. God about to get us. You better get our act together and check ourselves. Real. This is part of the situation when we talk about Mary's going to cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you doing? Snap out of it. They just go up there lapsing on their duty. Go ahead, Isaiah.
Verse 45. And when they found him not, they turned back again to Jerusalem, seeking him.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions.
So they shoot for 3 days to find him. I think the first place they went when they came back to Jerusalem, to that area, she probably was shot down to her cousin. Elizabeth in the hill country, yeah. Right, shot up there. You might damn. Elizabeth Company, probably Elizabeth Company. They shoots up there. No, not here. Wasn't in our company. And Elizabeth probably gave her some words in the life. You lost them? What are you doing? You lost the Messiah? I'm gonna find them. Yeah. He's gonna be like, we traveling, what you doing? You gotta go find him. You ain't joking. Yeah, we're gonna pray for y'all Y'all fine, y'all tripping.
You know, he doesn't hear exactly that.
You know they wouldn't have been to them. Gave him a mouthful. Gave him a mouthful. And they deserve. For real.
Sure that wasn't ham.
Right. It's something different.
Scolding right now.
Neither stolen. They neither stolen. Look who they losing and who they losing. So they go ahead, brother. They ate lamb and lost the Lamb of God. How crazy is that, bro? Check themselves. That's Satan. Good though. You don't want to hear that truth to come out. We still here though. So they found them. They found them in the temple. Now you would think to yourself, if you lost your son, the Messiah, and you knowing that who his father is named Joseph, right? You would think to yourself, you should complete the temple. He's the son of God. They didn't even dawn on them that they should go to the temple. They went everywhere but the temple. It took them 3 days to find him. Find him in Hamashiach Yahushua, of course. If they left him and they gone, where did he go? The temple is a logical place where he would go. That's where he would go. Logically. Where was the offering going in these times? It's all at the temple. Everything happens there. Yes, sir.
You said 3 days, right?
All right. It's by pulling their hair out on them 2 nights trying to buy us.
So they might have lost them on the week. They kind of to Saturday.
Yeah, come on. They found him. They found him in a midst of doctors, both hearing and asking them questions. How much like I was shy. These doctors are professionals in Torah. Mashiach Yahushua is in the midst of these men, asking these men questions and hearing what they're saying. Mashiach Yahushua got to break it down with these men. This 12-year-old ain't no joke.
Something is happening right here. It's not that Mary just rolled off, didn't notice that your house shy. Something is happening. He's correcting something at the temple.
I'm saying they should have lost him in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It could be more here, like I said, man. We really know about other stuff. You know what I'm saying? I might come out to the chapter later on in the future and come back and bring some more out. So they found him in the temple. All right, go ahead, Isaiah.
Verse 47. And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers.
Everyone that heard him, they said they were astonished. This Greek word said they was put out of their wits, amazed. He blew their mind in what he was saying to them. Right? He blew their mind. They were dumbfounded to try to comprehend his answers. It says they was astonished at his understanding. His understanding is this Greek word synesis. You know what synesis is? And synesis is a mentally putting things together. He was mentally putting together for them what it said in the Old Testament. He was going line upon line, here a little, there a little, was putting it together for them, and he blew their mind how he put it together. They was amazed to hear this 12-year-old put together the Tanakh, how he lined it up, how he made it make sense in front of their face. These are supposed to be scriptural professionals.
Right.
But this 12-year-old was showing them, no, you putting it together wrong. Here's how you put it together. And he blew their minds to how he put it together.
Wow.
This Greek, please argue the point. I know y'all talking about you don't teach the Bible like that. Look this word up.
Wait, so how you spell this word Solusis?
Let me get it. They love to argue. They don't know what they're talking about. Sunesis.
Okay.
It's a mental putting together. Intelligence. It's fact joining together. This for all these Masons that say you don't teach the Bible like that. Christ was doing it just like that.
Wow. Precept upon precept.
Line upon line, here a little,
There a little.
fact.
Oh, wow.
Exactly what he was doing. That's why Paul said,
Outstanding.
rightly dividing the word of truth. It's the exact same thing we're talking about. All fits together.
Wow.
But the way Christ did it, he was blowing their mind.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
That might have been something to see, man. Ooh.
Man.
Like, wait a minute.
Bro,
How he do that? How did he do
that's on another level right there.
He just made the scripture speech with seasoning. And he's 12. Wow.
We don't know.
Wow.
Listen, them doctors left that audience with him smarter than anyone in the other cats in their class, bro. 12-year-old schooled them, bro.
He should be the greatest. That's an example of it right there.
Crazy.
Wow.
Go ahead, Isaiah.
Verse 48. And when they saw him, they were amazed, and his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us?
When they saw him, they was amazed to see where he was and who he was with, how he was putting it together. They were amazed. And son, why have you done so with us? You're like, go ahead. Ain't even come out this way.
Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrow.
See, it was sorry. They lost the Messiah. Go ahead.
Verse 49. And he said unto them, How is it that ye sought me?
He said, this is what I must not say to you. He said, how? How were you trying to find me? How? What was your thinking of how to find me? How were you doing it? Because if you was actually thinking how, you would have came right to the temple immediately because you know where I would be. So he asking them, wait a minute, how do you try to find me? In other words, how do you try to find me? That was his question to him. How would you try to find me?
He's been blowing their mind.
You're not using the common sense trying to find someone. You got to think, well, he's the son of God. He's been God's temple. You ain't thinking.
He probably know me talking to Joseph on that part.
Talking to both of them. He said, how were you trying to find me? How was you doing it? They did it everywhere that was wrong. Everywhere that was wrong, they was doing it. You were doing it correct. How do you find me? Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Probably was visit her relative. They was like, you know him. You know where he at. You know where he at the temple.
That's probably what Elizabeth told me. Facts.
Verse 49. And he said unto them, How is it that ye sought me, wist ye not that I must be about my father's business?
Right. He said, like, you don't know I must be, and about the Greek word is with or by. Don't you must be, I must be with or by my father? Now, the word business is in the text. The word business is in italics, is not in the text. Right? So he's telling them, what you mean? You don't know I'm going to be with my father? You don't know? Oh, you're looking for me wrong is why you was 3 days. You should have known I would have been with my father. I've been by my father. I didn't show you Joseph is not the father. You know that's where I would be. You tripping.
Was he asking them too, like, what am I about to y'all? Because, like,
No, he's telling them that you looked for me wrong if you so wrong to find me. You lost me and then you got crazy and went all around looking and you were looking the wrong way.
With the wrong way.
Right.
I was right here the
You
whole time.
wasn't using your detective skills. You should have known. Wait a minute. Child, son of God, temple. Immediately. It's 2 and 2, right? Even real quick. So they know 3 days. So in 3 days they mad, they upset. 3 days you just find you in the temple. He's like, well, the reason why you're upset because you were looking for me the wrong way. That's why he said, how was you looking for me? How was you doing it? Don't you know I'm going to be with my father? With my father. You don't know I'm going to be with about my father. You don't know that. This is what he's saying. Though. They have too much to say, but it was doing it the wrong way.
it's probably mouth dropping.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
Listen, he's saying this to them in the midst of these doctrines. Right?
And they looking at
They
you
looking like
your father.
wow.
Why would you?
Why would you? How was you looking for me? They know this and that. Yeah, how was you looking for him? You know what I'm saying?
Right. You're right.
You're right. How was y'all looking for him? He's been right here with us all the time. What y'all doing? I'm troubling. All right, go ahead. 50.
50. And they understood not that saying which he spake unto them.
See, it was like, what? What you mean you were beating with your father? What the hell are you talking about? You mean Joseph? They didn't get what he understand what he was saying. Right over their head. If you was with Joseph, we want to look for you. This went right over their head. All right, go ahead.
Verse 51. And he went down with them and came to Nazareth and was subject unto them. But his mother kept all these sayings in her heart.
She kept all these things in her mind. That's why she's able to now expound these things to Christ's followers afterwards. That wasn't present for these certain events. She kept all those things in. And you know how women can remember things. They remember something happened 5 years ago to a T when you were like, what? I didn't say that. So, yes, you did say that. I know exactly what you said. You said blah, 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 blah. That's what you said. You're like, nah, yeah. They got good memory. Women got, yeah, find the detail. They got that. I'm telling you. She remembered all that stuff. These are fine details. Are these not? These are fine details that Mary remembered and told that the brothers that Luke is penning it down. Crazy. Go ahead.
Verse 52. And Jesus increased in wisdom and stature and in favor with God and man.
Right. So he increased in wisdom. Statue was ageless. We're talking about him getting taller. We know he got taller, but that Greek word is statue. Thinking about it. The year he got old. All right. Now we're gonna get to the missing years. The missing years. 12, 29, 17, 18-year gap missing. I want to come to the book of Luke, chapter 4, starting at verse 16. You're gonna try to deal with, see if we can figure out what happened with these missing years. Luke chapter 4, starting at verse 16 down to verse 22.
Hey, I don't mean to cut y'all off or nothing. I just want to let y'all know I'm gonna be heading out. I appreciate the fellowship with y'all brothers though. Shabbat shalom.
I didn't hear you, brother. Say it again, brother.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm heading out, brother. Just want to let y'all know I'm heading out. Over on the East Coast, it's getting kind of late. But Shabbat shalom to the rest of y'all brothers and sisters too on the panel.
Hey, Shabbat shalom, brother. Thank you
Shabbat shalom, brother.
Thank you for coming on out and reading
I
for us.
think you have peace, no problem.
Okay, brother. All right, Shabbat shalom. All right, Luke chapter 4, verse 16. Okay, who got that? Luke chapter 4, verse 16.
Luke chapter 4, verse 16. He came to Nazareth up and asked,
Where?
and he came to Nazareth where he had been brought up, and as his customs were, he went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and stood up for to read.
So he came to Nazareth. Luke says where he had been brought up, and as his custom was, he went into the synagogue. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 17, and there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah. And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written,
Go ahead.
the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath wanted to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the broken hearted, preach deliverance to the captives, and recover sight to the set at liberty them that are bruised.
Time.
To preach the acceptable year of the Lord. And he closed the book, and he gave it again to the minister and sat down.
So we're gonna get through the next verse right here. It seems to me, from one of this verse to one of these different verses, I think at some point between age 12 and 29, Hamashiach Yahushua left, went somewhere, left. Coming back now, just coming back. The Lord with the Spirit upon him, the truth accepted in year. I come back. I'm gonna get the verses to show you what I'm saying. Why I'm saying what I'm saying, why I think he left. Coming back. Luke is making it sound like he was brought up all these years from 12 to 29. Nazareth, right? I'm gonna read now. Go ahead. 21. Do verse 20 again.
Verse 20. Chapter 5, right?
Luke chapter 4, verse 20.
Luke chapter 4, verse 20. Verse 20. And he closed the book, and he gave it again to the minister and sat down. The eyes of all of them that were in the synagogue were fastened on him, and began to say unto him this day, is this scripture fulfilled in your eyes?
Go ahead.
And all bear him witness and wondered at the gracious words which proceeded out of his mouth, and they said, is not this Joseph's son?
When they heard Hamashiach saying these things, they respond, wait a minute, isn't this Joseph's son? Right? Now, the common traditional teaching and understanding they have out here is that Hamashiach Yahushua, the carpenter in Nazareth, and he had a shop in Nazareth. Sometimes he went to Joseph. Until the time when he decided he was going to do his ministry to 29. Right? This is how I understand. This verse right here is something different. These people here where he raised up at is not sure it's Joseph's son. It's, wait a minute. Isn't that Joseph's son? They're asking a question. It sounds like they're not too sure. That would suggest he left for a while and he just came back and they're like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Not too sure, but isn't that Joseph's son? Now, Why are you asking a question like that? If you've been there all this time, you would know. Oh, that's Joseph's son. That's the carpenter. We get a shop over here down the corner. You know what I'm saying? You did a chair for me or something. You know what I'm saying? They asking a question like they're not too sure. Isn't that Joseph's son? Let me get some more verses. Watch. It's gonna get clearer. They sound like they're not too sure about him, but they're sure about the rest of the family. Let's get the book of Matthew. Matthew 13. Matthew 13, verse 54. Watch what they say here. If someone is questioning who son you are, they're not too sure. And if you've been there all this time, there's no question. You know how people leave for a while and they come back and they got older, and you kind of like, isn't that so and so from? You ain't too sure, but you remember when he was younger.
Right.
Isn't that young? Sometimes you could be wrong. Like, no, it could be him too. But it's clearly showing you they're not too sure. But that's him.
So Matthew chapter 13, verse
54. It's 54 down to 58. Matthew chapter 13, verse 54 down to 58.
Matthew chapter 13, verse 54. And when he was come into his own country, he taught them in their synagogues, insomuch that they were astonished and said, whence hath this man this wisdom?
Stop. Hold it right there. Now, if Jesus Christ would have been brought up in that city all these years, and his custom of going there, this would have been the first time they heard his wisdom. Because at 12, he was dropping it to the doctor.
Right.
So these people are saying, hey, where is this wisdom from? Like it's the first time they're hearing it. Now, if it was brought up in the city, they'd have been heard it over and over again. It's not like he left and he came back and they saying, wait a minute, where'd you get this wisdom from? We're not familiar with you with this kind of information. We don't know about you with this kind of wisdom. Because clearly he couldn't have been brought up in Nazareth all these years. He must have left and at some point came back and he's coming back with all this wisdom and knowledge that they're not familiar with. That's what they're saying. Where's it come from? Yeah. You know where this knowledge from. Go ahead.
Okay. Verse 55. Is not this the carpenter's son?
Again. Wait a minute. Isn't this the carpenter's son? Go ahead.
Is not his mother called Mary?
They know his mother's name is called Mary. Go ahead.
And his brethren, James and Jose and Simon and Judas? Go ahead. And his sister, are they not all with us?
Are they not all with who?
With us?
See, they grew up in there. How much knocked out was shy left? Who was mother here? James, two sisters and them, are they all with us? He should have been with you too. If he grew up with you, then he should have been with there too. But they're asking questions like he couldn't have been there all them years. Go ahead.
Whence then hath this man all these things?
How did this man get all these different things? If they was in the same village all these years, they would know. It wouldn't be a question. Right? It wouldn't be a question. They asking him, how did he get this knowledge? Where did he get this knowledge from? He couldn't have been rich enough with them all these years. It wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, they heard it over and over again. So I think these verses are suggesting that Hamashiach and Hamushai left at some point and came back. All right, let me get two more verses. We're going to go ahead and close it out. Two more verses. All right, did you finish that in verse 58?
No.
Go ahead.
It's at 57.
Go ahead.
And they were offended in him. But Jesus said unto them, a prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and in his own house.
Go ahead.
And he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief.
Why would they have unbelief? If he grew up there and was doing these things, then they would have belief in it, they would have seen it before. But they don't believe because he's coming out of the blue, out of nowhere. He came back from somewhere like, wait a minute, I don't believe that. You come out of nowhere, we're not familiar with you. Yeah, you think you son, you gotta look like him, but we're not sure, but he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He left. Right? That's what these verses are suggesting, that he left. Because they saying it clearly, that's the impression like they're not familiar with him. Like he's gone for a period of time, right? And he came back. Clear. That all makes sense. If I'm crazy, please say something. No, you tripping on me, no, I don't get that. I'm with what I'm getting. Am I right or wrong?
That's good. That's good.
I'm glad it ain't just me, because I know I'm going crazy.
When most people leave, especially if they're younger, they come back, that's when they get something different.
Something different, right. And especially if you never seen him do these wise words and stuff, you're like, oh, how you get so smart?
Right, right. That's like going off to football camp and coming back swollen.
Right. Let's get Mark chapter 6, verse 1 through 4. Two more verses here. Mark chapter 6, verse 1 through 4. All right, we got that. Mark chapter 6, verse 1 through 4.
Chapter 6.
Yes, sir.
Mark chapter 6. He went out from thence and came into his own country, and his disciples followed.
Right, so Mark is going to give us additional information to what we read right there in Matthew chapter 13. Because they all give you additional information when you're speaking at the same events. Certain things saying, but there's going to be something additional. Go ahead.
And when the Sabbath day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue. Many hearing him were astonished.
Well, hearing him, they was astonished because they first time they be hearing this. Like the doctor was when he heard him at 12. The first time they're hearing that, so they're astonished. Go ahead.
And saying, from whence has this man these things?
When shall this man have these things? If he grew up in their schools, they would know. They would have, where's the stuff from? You ain't got it from over here, from around here. Where you get it from? Go ahead.
And what wisdom is this which is given unto him, that even such mighty works are worked wrought by his hand?
That means it's the first time they've seen this stuff. How these mighty works been wrought by his hand. They have not seen this stuff before. They heard it was from him before. This is new to them. This is new. Go ahead.
Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary?
David, 99% of Joseph. Isn't this the carpenter? And this is the carpenter, right? He would have a shop, would he not? Or a blacksmith. They would know him. Isn't this mother's room? Go ahead.
The brother of James and Jonas, and of Jude, and Simon, and are not his sisters here with us? They were offended at him.
Why would they take offense with someone who grew up in their village that's doing these things? You think they would applaud him? He comes out of our village talking about. We known him for years. He's been doing that since he was young. He's talking about. He's talking these wisdom and doing these things, these miracles. He's been doing it. They wouldn't have been offended if he was doing it since he was young. They would have been applauding it. They would have got offended. They don't know this man. They do not know this man. He grew up there to a certain age and left. came back. Where he went, I don't know. But these verses are suggesting it clearly. Let me get one more. I want to see what you guys think. Go ahead.
But Jesus said unto them, a prophet is not without honor, but in his own country, and amongst his own kin, and in his own house.
Yeah. You know why? Because usually a prophet in his own tongue, in his own city, when he's younger, going to exhibit these traits. They don't know. When God calls him, he's doing these things, they're like, wait a minute, bro. Stop it. I know you. Wasn't there. They don't know him. That's why. You're not familiar with him. You have no honor. One word. St. John chapter 1. St. John chapter 1, verse 38.
St. John's chapter what, 1 verse 38.
Yes, sir.
Then Jesus turned and saw the following and said unto them, what seek ye?
See, they just meeting the apostle for the first time. Was following him. Christ turned around and said, what seek ye? Go ahead.
They said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, being interpreted, Master, where dwell thou?
So now, after they first meet Jesus Christ, starting his ministry at about 30 years old, they immediately called him a rabbi. How they call him a rabbi? Rabbi is someone has to be somehow recognized as a teacher, right? Yet, we grew up at, none of them recognized him as that. None of them recognize him as none of that. How does the men Andrew recognizing him as a rabbi? And they just met him born on age 30. He said, Rabbi Rabboni. Right? What it says, Rabbi Rabboni. Rabbi. Other one says Rabboni. Right? Same thing, Rabbi. Huh. Like a dish?
Ravioli.
Yeah, they're calling him that already. So he's something has some kind of status. That kind of status can seem like he went somewhere, got some kind of degree, got some kind of status. They recognize him with something with that title, just meeting him at 30. That's just again, you go get that kind of information, that kind of that labeling, in other words. That labeling you go get. Again, suggesting that he didn't wait somewhere and came back. And this title or something. People before that don't know him because he wasn't ready. At some age of left. That usually happens when people grow up in a certain kind of league and young and come back and 2 weeks leave something. People don't really recognize you. Like, is that so-and-so? They don't recognize you. But other people that's in that kind of field, they're looking like, yeah, they kind of recognize that kind of, hey, what's up? Yeah. Again, that's what I have, man. I just think those verses to me suggest in my chapter how it's I left at some age. Probably 16, 17, something like that. Came back in 29. Fulfill prophecy. People not know. I can help you to figure out what happened between the years. But we don't know. Now we can know like he left. Now we can figure out where did he go. We can figure out where he went. That will fill the gap in. Now we know, I think he left. Now we know he left. Now we can see the spirit of reveal where he went. Like that. So with that, do we have any? Oh, we got a question for brother Terry. Brother Terry had a question about in sex marriage, I think. But before I go there, is there any questions or anything I brought out? Anybody want to say anything? Any question what I brought out about where I think Christ left? Or the verses I pulled? Am I going crazy? Versus not saying that? Am I seeing things that ain't there? Or anything in the lesson? You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what I see from reading these verses here. These people don't seem to be familiar with them. Not the outside. All the questions they ask. So I'll think of that. No question I'm going for the Terry's question. All right, no question? Okay. Well, the question was about what is marriage? Is sex marriage? Terry, if I'm wrong, correct me, brother. There's a question, right? You want to know is sex marriage, correct? All right, this Terry's not. Terry, you there? All right. Terry. Let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 22. You're gonna answer this, and then that should be it. You're ready to shut it. You're ready to shut it down. Just because there's no question. Chapter 22. Exodus 21. Wait a minute. No. I'm right. 22. Exodus 22, verse 16 and 17. Exodus 22, verse 16 and verse 17.
Exodus chapter 22, verse 16. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
So if he entice her, you know, to lure her, right? A maid that is not betrothed means she's not engaged. She's not promised to nobody. And he lied with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. Meaning endow in this definition is to finish with support. Right? Finish with support. Now he needs to go and make it permanent. You know, lied with her, and now he has to go endeavor to be his wife. He got to go get the contract. Not complete. The sex is not complete. He has to now go endow her with the contract. He get the contract from the father. He has to go do that. Complete. Right? So you have to now endow her to be his wife. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And if her father utterly refused to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
See, now you got to go to the father. Now the father might refuse because he did it wrong. He didn't go to him first. Right? Now, the woman is not saying that he raped me. I was with it. I want to be with him. So it wasn't forced, it wasn't rape. He didn't go to the father. The father can say, I don't like how you did it. You come to me first. Or he could accept it because like, my brother loves you, whatever do what you rape. Come to make it right. In other words, you didn't just leave it in front of balance. You been honorable. You came to make it right. You came to make it right. You know what I'm saying? So he can honor that too. Or he can not honor it. He doesn't want her to do. You know what I'm saying? But the father has the option to not honor it. You don't have to honor it. But if you don't honor it, you have to pay the glory for the virgins. So you took his daughter virginity. Because now it's going to be harder for him to marry his daughter off, not being a virgin. It's going to be harder for him. You got to pay. And so that's why I said this in marriage, because you got to now endow her to be her her to be your wife. So the verse says her father can refuse you. That means you got to go to the father for a contract. You broke a contract with the father, so you need the contract. Sex alone by itself, according to the Torah, not marriage. Father got to be in play, or if there's a guardian, if there isn't a guardian, she's old enough to choose on her own and kind of read it. It's an itching type stuff. God will keep it with the own secret. But it's got to be in agreement to keep both of you with some kind of reading of the mind, consummated by sex. And sex by itself is not marriage. Okay? I mean, these words right here by itself. Let's get one more verse and we're going to finish it up. We're going to finish it up with that. One more verse. Let's get Deuteronomy 22. Deuteronomy 22, verse 28 and 29. Deuteronomy 22, verse 28 and 29. Deuteronomy 22, verse 28 and 29.
Deuteronomy verse 22, chapter 22, verse 28. It reads, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found.
Okay, so so a man, he found a damsel that is a virgin, and she's not engaged, and he lay hold on her and lie with her, and they are found. They found her. She not engaged, he lied with her. She not betrothed, he lied with her. Okay? And they found her. Be clear. Go ahead.
29. Then the man that lied with her shall give unto the damsel father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days.
Okay, now, not betrothed. He found her, lay with her, and they're found. You would think at this point, the woman would say, "You raped me. I wasn't trying to mess around with him." Right? They found him in the act, right? She not screaming rape, she didn't scream force. It sounded like she was with it, right? The next verse says that he gonna give it to the father to be second son servant. That means the father okayed it. If he raped her, why would the father okay that? If you're trying to say that this is rape, how does this rape? This is rape. If this is rape, this dude been put to death. Right or wrong? But he's given the father second son. The father obviously is an issue with. Let's say he didn't accept it, but he like another verse we read where he didn't accept it, but he still got to pay the money. But the fact that he had raped her, that's a crime in itself. So that penalty. False penalty in Israel. That's wickedness in Israel. That's lewdness. Can't do that. You know what I'm saying? In either case, when you read the verses here, the woman is not saying that how this man is raping you. This is consensual. If she mentions anything about how he forced me, that's different. Listen, when they found him, it's right. It's no time to say this guy raped me. What was he going to say? They found him. They called him in the head. They called y'all doing y'all thing. She's supposed to say this man raped me. If she says that, he's done. He'll be in trouble. And I doubt if a man, when he can probably take that money, he probably would pursue charges of death penalty on that man this time. Not only did you took her virginity, you forced it away from her. fighting back. He took it with force. Was it consensual? I gotta get you for that. Listen, that's trauma. That's traumatizing to the woman, man. To go through something like that. You as a father, you don't take no money from no man like that. You don't have this dude locked up. You know what I'm saying? I put to death. It traumatized my daughter. You know what I'm saying? The latter, right? He want justice for his daughter. Traumatized him, man. Keep it a little 50 shekels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he part-time traumatized too. Happened to me, though.
Like, you traumatized when stone to death. In Israel, you hit like to stone people to death. You know, injection, cherry, they put up boulders.
Right.
Push inside your head.
Trauma.
Blow for his trauma. Go get. It says on top of that, his father decided to accept it or whatnot because he did it the wrong way. Can't divorce himself. So there's a penalty for doing it the wrong way. Right? Can't divorce it. Right? Back in these days right here, they would be able to divorce her under that judgment of Moses we talked about. Right? Because back in these days, that judgment of Moses would have been in effect. Even though we know you can't divorce a woman, divorce is wrong, but under the clause that the Most High allowed Moses to do, he would have been able to divorce her under that clause. That was in effect then, right? At this time. But this right here, in this clause, Moses is writing, you can't divorce her. I mean, you can't use my clause. My clause won't apply to you because you did it wrong. My clause applies to you doing it right. Go to the father first. Right? Then you'd be able to divorce her. But if I find out that you did it the wrong way, my clause do not apply to you. This verse is right here. Can't put it away. Again, showing you Moses' clause was just a judgment from Moses.
Right.
Because listen, he wrote another verse that disallowed his own clause. It was down the other way. Shame from the Most High. It won't make any sense. The Most High is way smarter than that. Don't make a clause and disallow my own clause. All right, Brother Terry, hopefully you're gonna hear this later because I don't know if you're there or not for the sleep, but that should answer your question about is sex marriage. That should cover that up right there. Do we have any questions? We getting ready to shut it down now. Getting ready to close it down. Any questions? Anything that was brought out? Now's the time to ask the question. No question? Okay. All right. Thank you guys for coming on. As I always say, feed your spirit. Stay prayed up. Any problems you have, take it to your spiritual father and must not have a champagne. Stay real, stay genuine, stay consistent. It's winding down. 6 days, winding down. Return of my shot, top of that. Stay the course, vigilant. In season, out of season. Keep being an example. What the wisdom think that all about. People out there have no wisdom. That's Christ and the light so shine. And you make them see glorify your Father, which is in heaven. Right? So with that, we get some closing words from the brothers. Hey, not too much people is on here. Everybody's falling out, okay? Probably gonna pop back up. All right. Ala Nathaniel, we can start with you, brother. Ala Nathaniel.
Shalom. Yeah. First of all, I just want to give all thanks and praise to the Most High in Christ. Thank for everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming on to the Shabbat lesson, and I also want to thank the Most High for allowing us to be able to come as a gathering to be able to bring up this lesson. I do want to say this, Mama. I think it's about time to get a new mic, man. I could barely hear you, especially the other brothers. I could barely hear them. So I think it's about time to get us a new mic. Yeah. Just stay prayed up and feed your spirit, man. That's about it for me.
So I wish you would say something, man. You know, so we could try to do something to adjust it.
Yeah, I look at that because like, but you just said I could barely hear you, but then like, you know what I'm saying, like, but when it got going on, I was like, you know what I'm saying, yeah, man, like, man, it just like, because it just hasn't been like very clear, especially for the other people that like you know like Yabana and Tony and Donald, like you barely, especially Yabana, I couldn't barely hear them when they were reading.
Okay. Good out, brother. Okay. Brother Gabor?
Hey, y'all, yeah, man. Appreciate y'all letting me come on in. Been kind of in and out a lot today, man, because I've been doing a lot of studying and a lot of, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just been looking up a lot of stuff today. It's just been one of those kind of days. But yeah, definitely appreciate y'all having me come in. I just want to confirm the day that you're gonna need me to take over is on the 20. Is it next week or the week after?
It's the week after.
So the 23rd.
Oh.
All right, bet. All right, so I just wanted to just confirm that. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the replay via YouTube because that's how I can catch everything. Because like I said, I was kind of in and out, so that's what I'm gonna definitely do. And other than that, yeah, you probably do need a new mic too as well. But I guess with everything that we was talking about as far as podcasts and stuff that we talked about on the meeting, I guess it's kind of like right on time. So yeah. Other than that though, man, I have nothing else to say, man. Definitely appreciate everybody for being here as well. All praises to the Most High for allowing His Spirit to move forth and to bring everyone together. And yeah, how we're willing, we'll be back next week. You know, we'll make it through another one. You know, Most High will sustain us if we just keep being obedient to Him and having that faith, because obedience is nothing without the faith. You got to believe in what you're doing. Okay, don't you know, like you don't want to be doing this and then you don't really believe in it. You're just doing it out of obligation, but not really out of belief. So make sure that your belief is solid in this, so that way your faith can be established. Because that's how you establish the law, as Paul put it. All right. So it's that. Shabbat shalom, and may Yahweh keep you and watch over you all over all ways.
All right, bro. Good out for that. Brother Terry, you hear Terry? Okay. Sister Jacqueline? Not there neither. All right. Jason, you there? Jason, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. It's over already? Wow. Oh. Yes, thank you, brothers. Another good class. Keep on praying. Keep on following what the Bible is telling me to do, and everything's looking up. I finally found some more people to employ for the other stores that I'm gonna be taking over. So hopefully the church, get the church opening soon. I want to get that off the ground. I want to put my hands on it and put my hands involved. So I may, hopefully, if God will, He's gonna give me on Saturdays off, so I could be part of the learning, doing my research, and everything else. So I'm keep praying for God to give me more time to stay with y'all and be with y'all so I could keep moving forward. And because my relationship is better, my job is better, my life is better. My life is better. I'm happy. And that's just me, brothers.
All right. Thank you for that, Jason. For Terry, Sister Jacqueline, get out there, bro. Put it down, man. Out there. All right. Jacqueline.
You see that face?
I see a bald face.
Sister Jacqueline?
She leaving in the she left in the comments, so if the microphone is not working or something. Sister Shalom, everybody, the microphone is not connected or something, it's not working. Hey, Shalom, sister. I got your message. So thank you for coming on, sister. Most High bless. I'll be with you. All right, Terry, gotta catch the replay, Terry. I answered the question, brother. You catch it on the replay.
Shabbat shalom.
All right, Shabbat Shalom to everyone. We're about to end it out. All right.
Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Yeah, the message was really good, bro. The message was really good.
Thank you, brother.
Could you hear us okay and everything?
Yeah, I got everything, man. I got everything. The message was amazing. And it just made me think about judgment is going to come to Israel first. Like when the Most High returns, he's just going to, deal with the Israelites first. Clean house, So, it's all praise to the Most High,
Right. All praise. Okay, brother. Okay, sisters. Most I willing talk with you guys next week on the Shabbat.